with the installation of electronic sound system commencing this week, and it is expected to be completed in the first week of July 2023. The process of refurbishment of the furniture is also ongoing. All this work shall restore the fourth Ratsal as an esteemed plenary facility, a magnificent heritage and tourism attraction site. On Program 3, International Relations, Deputy Speaker, this program has not yet been incorporated in the appropriation bill as a separate program. Therefore, its activities will continue to be funded under Program 1, Administration, until the decision of the legislative sector to effect separate funding for this program is approved and gazetted by Treasury. We wish to report under international work that the Constitution of Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Free State Sub-Branch was adopted by the House during 2022, and that CPA Sub-Branch has also been launched in 2022. The CPA Constitution provides, among other issues, clarity on roles, rights, and responsibilities of current members of the legislature, members of the executive, and the associate members, and also their participation at all levels. These levels include Commonwealth Women Parliament, CWP, which is also due to be launched upon election of the steering committee members of the CWP. We consider a launch for a CWP to be long overdue, and therefore the finalization of this outstanding matter is critical in operationalizing the CPA matters in full. On members and political parties' support, Section 1162 of the Constitution requires that we provide administrative and financial support to members of political parties. In addition, the Political Party Funding Act, Act number 6 of 2018, was operationalized in 2018 to regulate public and private funding of political parties. For the purpose of this support, we use Budget Program 2 called Facilities for Members and the Political Parties. While funding elections to political parties represented in the legislature came to an end, the Act still provides for members to receive extensive support to enable parties and members to perform work within their political party structures. Whilst the announcement to the House at the previous budget political tabling that financial assistance towards political parties have increased substantially due to the introduction of Political Party Funding Act, we warned of unintended consequences. As a result, the increase has proven to be unsustainable as there is a recorded shortfall over the MTF period. Political parties have a vast range of areas which they must cover as constituency, research, offices, and support, such as constituency, research, offices, and support staff. It is expected that parties will be more responsive in their constituency work to conduct oversight over the legislature by giving the necessary audience to their constituencies. This should also be in line with Rule 36 of the Standing Rules and Orders of the Legislature in terms of submission of constituency reports. Tabling of constituency reports in the House is one of the many mechanisms we employ to hold the executive accountable individually and collectively. We will henceforth administer the process governing constituency report to ensure that they table before the House as required. Honorable members, on appropriation, the budget for vote 2 to be appropriated amounts to 260,059,000 rands, with a further statutory amount of 27,076,000 rands. The total budget allocation, therefore, amounts to 287,135,000 rand. This constitutes a 4.8% decrease compared to the previous financial year's allocation. We appreciate the support from the Provincial Treasury in ensuring that additional program of international relations introduced by the sector will be reflected in Vote 2 of the Legislature in the Appropriation Bill. Therefore, our budget structure will soon reflect all 4 programs and not only 3 programs as it is the case right now. The allocated funding per program is as follows. On Program 1, Administration, we have allocated an amount of 161,983,000 rands. The budget caters for the Office of the Speaker, including the budget allocations to portfolio committees, Office of the Secretary to the Legislature, and Finance Division. On Program 2, Facilities and Benefits for Members and Political Parties, we allocated an amount of 51,419,000 rand. On Program 3, Parliamentary Services, we have allocated 46,657,000 rand. The purpose of this program is to ensure that the core procedural services such as handset, legislation and oversight, and legal services are catered for. On direct charge, members' remuneration is budgeted at 27,076,000 rands. This allocation is aligned with the recommendations by the Commission on Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. In executing this budget, we want to impress on the constitutional mandate vested with the Legislature and the fact that we require a well-resourced budget to carry out these mandates of oversight, public participatory and lawmaking. The practice where the executive historically assisted in funding the legislature events such as budget votes and State of the Province address have ceased. This was done to fulfill the constitutional responsibilities of the legislature in terms of the lawmaking process and public participation. The legislature is now solely responsible for these costs. However, the budget allocation did not provide for these additional costs. Pursuant to the legislative requirements that consultation must take place between the Speaker and the MEC for Treasury regarding the allocation to the legislature, the allocations remain unsatisfactory. During the engagements between the Premier, MEC for Treasury, and the Speaker in 2022, an undertaking was made to discuss the budget of the legislature. The purpose of these engagements was to address the underfunding in the adjustment. We are looking forward to those engagements still. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, let me thank all presiding officers and members of the legislature for their commitment and dedication to the work of the legislature and its committees. In this environment, your nights are shorter and your days are desecrated. You are governed by penitential thoughts away from your families. Still, you bear a thankless work, and at any measure, your adversaries are always lurking. By standing with our people, you have held the fort as it was explicated by Noam Chomsky. Changes and progress very rarely are gifts from above. They come out of the struggles from below. I also want to thank the staff of the legislature under the leadership of Mr. Machaka for the sterling work they do in supporting the members and ensuring that they make the work easy for them and ensure that all the programs are a success. I also want to thank members of the executive for your continued attendance to the plenaries of this House and committees of the legislature when called upon to do so. Thank you to the Secretary of the Legislature once more, and thank you all for your attention. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The address by the Honorable Speaker concludes the presentation of Vote 2 Free State Legislature. I thank you. Honorable members, let us continue. We proceed to motion 2. The secretary shall read the motion.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill number 2 of 2023 be continued with vote 4, Free State Provincial Treasury.
The vote before the House is vote 4. Free State Provincial Treasury, the Honorable MEC Khadija Brown, you may address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Mazanele Sifuba, Deputy Speaker Malusi Mapena, the Honorable Premier Ntati Mkolisi Dukwana, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Provincial Legislature, mayors and executive mayors present, the leadership of the African National Congress. We have representatives of national leadership, provincial and leadership in the House, as well as our opposition parties, the Director General of the Free State Province, heads of departments, all stakeholders, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Dumela. Honorable Speaker, I would like to present this budget during the month in which we will be celebrating the birth of a great leader of our liberation movement, Comrade Walter Sisulu, the co-founder of the ANC Youth League and Umkhonto weSizwe, who was born on the 18th of May 1912, 111 years ago. We would also like to join those across the province who will be celebrating their 100th year birthdays and just under, as they were witness to, and those who have lived lives and still have memories of the United Party winning the general elections in South Africa 85 years ago, in the same month, on the 18th of May 1938. 10 years later, 75 years ago, in 1948, May 26, the National Party won the white-only election in South Africa and began to institute the policy of apartheid. In 1956, May the 18th, the Separate Representation of Voters Amendment Act, one of the cornerstones of legislations during the apartheid era, commenced. In 1994, on the 1st of May, May Day or Workers' Day, has been officially celebrated in South Africa since the 1980s. However, May the 1st only became an official recognized public holiday after the democratic elections of 1994. In 1994, on the 10th of May, the inauguration of Nelson Mandela as president after the first free and fair elections in South Africa. And it is on the 23rd of May, South Africa in 1994 as well joined the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and it was on the 5th of May in 2020, not so long ago, that our nation received the first guidelines for quarantine and isolation during the great global pandemic that hit this globe. So whilst as many in our province have lived and witnessed 100 months of May, they would be able to tell us the tale of our country's milestones and the dramatic changes in a century's history. However, the challenges over the many, many years of our liberation movement, this province and provincial treasury, we remain steadfast. Steadfast despite the tough economic environment which we are operating in. The rising inflation, we remain steadfast, Honourable Deputy Speaker, despite the environmental changes often caused by human influences and natural ecological processes. We remain steadfast as we see these environmental changes affect many across the world, facing the effects of all of these natural disasters. We remain resolute as part of the human race as we have witnessed earthquakes, which has impacted most of Turkey, bringing it close to home, the floods in KZN and other parts of our country. We remain steadfast as we continue to deal with the aftermath of the disaster in Jagersfontein. Our domestic economy remains steadfast as we face the consequences of the looming intensified conflicts, which we are witnessing in Russia and Ukraine, as well as the conflict on the continent in Sudan, and the recent disaster in Rwanda. We will remain steadfast and resolute on our path towards change. We will forge towards a national democratic revolution. Espoused in our Freedom Charter and Constitution, we will continue to work together towards building a nation that is united, democratic, non-sexist, non-racial, and a prosperous South Africa. Honourable Speaker, we will remain steadfast, as it is our decisions today that will absolutely impact a child from Pronvincial as he or she lives through the next 100 years in this country and on this beautiful continent. Given the above context, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Free State Provincial Treasury's vision is to be innovative and resilient partner in prudent fiscal management, socio-economic growth and service delivery. The Department's vision is to promote socio-economic inclusiveness for shared growth through innovation, fiscal management, sustainable resource management, and good governance. Honourable Speaker, on the occasion of the State of the Nation address, the Premier had outlined that the period ahead will be characterised by courage and decisive action to set the Free State on a new path of development. In this spirit, I would like to present this budget vote as our commitment to support the province in this noble endeavour. Whilst Treasury does not render services directly to the public, we serve the people of the Free State through our support to departments and local governments, our municipalities, our entities, our monitoring and oversight to ensure sound financial management at provincial and local government level. Our role on governance, clean orders, efficiencies represent value for money, and financial oversight is a direct influence and impact on service delivery. To fulfill this role, an amount of 351,852 has been appropriated to the Provincial Treasury for the 2023-24 financial year. Shortly, I'll outline Programme 1, Administration. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the programme is critical to ensuring the effective functioning of the department. The programme ensures that the appropriate support services are provided to all programmes. Given the nature of Treasury's work, the bulk of our budget of 118.879 million is allocated to this programme. On human capital, capacity and building, ethics and consequence management, this programme will play a key role in ensuring that we will fill vacancies, critical vacancies, and improve our employment rate to at least 90%. We will also make a concerted effort to improve on the representation of women in senior management positions, currently at 39%, to at least 40% as we pursue the national target of 50%. The department will embark on skills audit to ensure that we will not only have the capacity to fulfill our mandate and responsibilities, but that we are positioned to deal with the challenges of the future. At the same time, the emphasis will be greater on ethics through training on the code of conduct and awareness sessions on security measures, ethics and anti-corruption. The department will embark on and conduct a lifestyle audit for the entire department. I've requested that during the first phase of the department's lifestyle audit, the process should start with the MEC, and that's me. Honourable Speaker, I'm happy to report that we have sharpened our controls and Provincial Treasury improved our audit outcomes to an unqualified with no findings, a clean audit opinion for 2021 and 22. And we'll do everything in our power to maintain it. Congratulations, Teams Treasury. On innovation, the department aims to reduce the utilization of manual paper-based process for efficiencies and cost savings, and will start with the implementation of an electronic document register that will be deployed across the department. On special programs, Honourable Deputy Speaker, my office will continue with the program to empower our citizens on financial literacy, which will help our future generation to understand how to manage their rands and cents, and to empower them to make smart savings, borrowings, and other financial decisions such as stockpiles and the scourge of cash loans, risks in terms of managing those borrowings, financial plans, wills, internet scams, and WhatsApp scams. On our support to local economy, I'm very proud to say that this department has been able to maintain its record of paying 100% of uncontested invoices from suppliers within 30 days, and it intends to continue to maintain that in the 2023-24 financial year. On Programme 2, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Sustainable and Resource Management. In this unit, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the role is to provide professional advice and support to the provincial economic analysis, fiscal policy and implementation of the provincial budget. In the 23-24 financial year, this program is allocated an amount of 57.816 million. On economic analysis, to draw the attention of policymakers, stakeholders, pertinent fiscal and labour markets, socio-economic and macroeconomic issues, we continue to deal with our fourth quarterly labour market review documents, which will provide insightful analysis of the provincial labour market performance and the latest labour statistics released by Stats SA. And 3 annual publications, namely the medium-term policy budget statements, the provincial economic review outlook, municipal and district economic review and outlook. And these documents are to support the provincial exco as well as local government in determining their planning and budgeting. I'm pleased to appraise the distinguished House that will continue to produce these quarterly and the annual publications during each financial year. Honourable Speaker, our research colloquium has become an institution in the province, and I'm happy to report that we were able to host the 5th annual Free State Research Colloquium with a theme called Transitioning the Provincial Economy Through an Economic Growth and Competitive Recovery, from the 28th to the 29th of September 2022. We continue to take great pride in promoting synergetic partnerships with other departments, academic institutions in the province, and the success of the research colloquium was because of the collaborative efforts, which included partners such as the Office of the Premier, Destia, and the management of the Central University of Technology and the University of the Free State. The success in the last colloquium highlighted the fact that it attracted 17 high-quality research presentations from seasoned researchers and top-ranking academics across South Africa. To equip our policymakers in the in-depth knowledge of valuable holistic information, we would like to cultivate research-driven policymaking. To build on this success, Honourable Speaker, we plan to host the 6th Provincial Research Colloquium this year, and we intend to share the relevant findings and policy implications in available provincial and national platforms, such as workshops, conferences and meetings. And part of delivering the vision that our Honourable Premier has set out for this province, we propose the following topics of our research colloquium for this year. Number 1, the assessment of our logistics network in the Free State to support production to market, which will include assessments from Airports Company South Africa, Transnet, road, as well as logistics to our SEZs and the industrial parks within our province. Number 2, the assessment of total energy needs over the medium-term expenditure framework. And number 3, the assessment of the total water needs over the medium-term expenditure framework. And the intention will be to complete a holistic budget over a 5-year period as we implement energy and water safety across the province, and it enhances our plan towards realizing the National Development Plan 2030 vision, as well as the Free State Growth and Development Strategy. On budget management, we have found great achievements, and we believe that Provincial Treasury, in preparation of this annual provincial budget, specifically during this constrained economic environment and our financial constraints, we found that it was absolutely one of our greatest achievements as the department over this 2022-24 financial year. We will continue to drive the provincial budget process and ensure that these decisions are evidence-based and informed by this research analysis. On provincial-owned revenue, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we embrace the manner in which we and the rest of our departments have performed over the years in terms of sources of revenue to fund priorities of government. The province has been able to achieve a target that was set for own revenue. In fact, Honourable Deputy Speaker, our own revenue target was increased as Provincial Treasury during the revenue adjustment budget, whereby an additional 121.814 million was achieved and made available for the province. To emphasize the significance of this revenue, Provincial Treasury has funded own revenue initiatives under the Departments of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as Community Safety, Roads and Transport. And these funding, the funding will be utilized for refurbishment of properties for rental purposes and security upgrades at various registration authorities. On public finance, Treasury will continue to monitor the spending in line with limited financial resources, and it will be channeled towards key government priorities. At least 5 billion of our conditional grants on provincial infrastructure, and our role as Provincial Treasury together with National Treasury is that there is value for money for infrastructure delivered. One of our main concerns is the slow expenditure trends on conditional grants year on year. We are committed in ensuring that the planned projects will be fast-tracked and completed within available budgets and timelines. Working together with the National Treasury, we will continue to support efforts to institutionalize the Infrastructure Development Management System, IDMS, within departments, encouraging better planning and service delivery of infrastructure. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the Provincial Revenue Fund has obtained a clean audit report during the 21-22 financial year, and the province will work harder to ensure that we enhance our liquidity and build much required reserves. Program 3, Assets and Liability Management. This program provides policy direction in facilitating the effective and efficient management of assets, liabilities and financial management systems, and procure transversal and cross-cutting goods and services. The program has been allocated 64.478 million. Honourable Speaker, there has been some improvements on audit findings across provincial departments relating to non-compliance with supply chain management prescripts. It remains a major concern. We will therefore continue with our monitoring and oversight of supply chain management and asset management in terms of movable and immovable assets within departments and entities. Probity assessments are one of the interventions through which the department supports other departments and entities to conduct this oversight role. To support departments and entities with the implementation of the Preferential Procurement Regulations of 2022, following its promulgation in November 22, the department issued a circular to provide guidance and conducted sessions with stakeholders and head of departments, chief financial officers, SAM practitioners, suppliers such as CIDB workshops for women in construction, and Provincial Treasury furthermore assisted departments to ensure that their procurement policies are aligned with the necessary regulations. The department remains committed to supporting suppliers, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in this province, and we will conduct SAM roadshows across the province and service providers on these new regulations. This will be done in conjunction with CIDB, CEDA, SARS, DESTIA, and will provide information on completion of bids, factors to consider when complying with bid prices, compliance matters, CSD on-site registration, tax compliance statuses, and availability of construction and other programs within government. On financial governance, Program 4, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the role of this program is to reflect on the financial activities of the province as well as compliance with financial norms and standards. The program is allocated 30.011 million. And in terms of accounting services, Honourable Deputy Speaker, within the 6th administration, as we took office, the audit outcomes of the provincial departments were not promising. Today, we can report that the audit outcomes steadily improved from the 2018-2019 financial year. However, we are still not satisfied with the overall status. We are committed to work harder and improve it much further. In the previous financial year, we reported that during the 17-18 financial year, the province had 1 entity with adverse opinion and 3 entities with disclaimed audit opinions, and no clean audits, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Today and now, we have 4 clean audits within the Free State Province. Provincial, Treasury and COCTA improved from unqualified with findings, audit opinions to clean audit opinions in the last financial year. This is significant for us as a province, as they're both responsible for oversight and monitoring of other departments, entities and municipalities. Fleet Management and Housing Fund retain their clean audits. We have also seen a great improvement by the Department of Social Development and the Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism Authority. Both improved from qualified with no finding audit opinions to unqualified with findings audit opinion. We are also encouraged by the improvement in the number of audit findings across the departments and entities. So in the following areas, and the most improved is procurement management across departments, 55% reduction in findings. Strategic planning and performance management, 42% reduction in findings, and revenue management, 33% reduction in findings. Honourable Speaker, poor financial management, a culture of non-compliance and a lack of consequence management, as the Premier had stated, will no longer be tolerated in this province. And you can see the common thread across all the budget votes that you've heard over the past month. Good financial governance is necessary to ensure that public funds and financial assets and liabilities are managed transparently, accountably, and with integrity in the interest of government's goals and objectives. We will therefore include in our monitoring and oversight various other documents, and they are preparation of consolidated annual financial statements, assessment of interim and draft annual financial statements, and this is what Treasury does to help each department and its entities, assessment of monthly and quarterly key performance indicators relating to PFMA compliance, assessment of remedial action plans from the department and entities, and this includes the audit action plans that are outlined through the AG reports, assessments of the implementation by departments and entities on the resolutions emanating from PROPAC as we report to this Parliamentary Committee and to this Parliament, assessments of requests for condonement of irregular expenditure for departments and entities, and of course briefing of PROPAC and audit outcomes and the unauthorized expenditure for the province. To conclude and improve our monitoring and oversight, we will continue to develop a rollout an electronic tool for monthly reporting and remedial audit action plans. On risk management and internal audit, both structures, governance structures for all departments and entities cannot be overemphasized. Honourable Deputy Speakers, these include the risk management and internal units as committees, which plays a critical role in ensuring effective, efficient and economical use of our state resources. Honourable Deputy Speaker, with this said, all of our risk and audit structures are in place as a province. On fraud and risk and ethics management, in 2022, we continued with the International Anti-Fraud Awareness Week, and this was held in partnership with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, Nedbank, the Institution of Commercial Forensic Practitioners, the Special Investigating Unit, and it's important in terms of these events where all departments are educated, they derive some meaningful and purposeful information with reference to the provincial implementation on fraud prevention and anti-corruption strategies, and they promote provincial ethics and professional ethics and management within our province. On the national anti-corruption strategy and our lifestyle audits, ethic management strategies, and on the implementation of lessons learned through this program, we found that it has benefited our province tremendously. Provincial Treasury's March 23 assessment on the implementation, together with the Office of the Premier on anti-fraud and corruption strategies and ethics management, saw a notable improvement in September 2022. Honourable Deputy Speaker, our continued endeavours in maximising the performance in internal audit activities include workshops to capacitate auditors and business processes within the supply chain and financial management process, as well as relevant instruction note issued by treasuries across the provinces. We do this in partnership with National Treasury to pilot a project introducing a toolkit to CEOs, CFOs of entities as well as accounting officers across the province. To support our audit committees and strengthen them, we've got a Provincial Audit Committee Forum. The Premier, MECs, HODs, CFOs attends these forums, and the Auditor General, as well as the Institute of Internal Auditors, Central University of Technology, were among some of the speakers. On Programme 5, which is Municipal Finance Management, and this is a critical role for which we've expanded as Treasury. This program is to promote and improve the state of financial governance and management of our local government. The program has been allocated and has been introduced and increased to 80.668 million. Accounting services and asset management within MFM. These improvements in the recent audit results have shown some of the work that we have put in, specifically to the ones in local municipalities such as Mokaka and Setsoto, which have improved to unqualified audit opinions over the last financial year. However, we cannot be oblivious to the challenges that we still confront at a local government level, and hence the further investment. We are heeding Honourable Premier's call to upscale our oversight and monitoring together with COCTA to ensure that appropriation action is accelerated. The incremental improvement of these audit outcomes needs to be consistent and sustained across many more of these municipalities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are equally urging our mayors and councils to collaborate with us in monitoring the audit process, as well as to ensure that financial statements are submitted on time as per required of the Section 126 of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Madam Speaker, it is our quest to impact positively on the financial health of municipalities, and thus far we have deployed financial skills in Kopanong local municipality to assist with the improvement of the municipality's financial management environment and outstanding financial statements. Moreover, additional support will be provided through regular engagements with municipalities embedded on key principles to financial management with a view to enhance control processes and ultimately improve audit outcomes. Not only would we review the draft annual financial statements through the long and medium term, which entails the provision of technical guidance and direction of these annual financial statements, we ensure that they are GRAP and MA compliant. In year monitoring, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we've seen an increase of the number of funded budgets to 8 municipalities to the 2022-23 financial year, relative to the 4 in the previous financial year. As part of our endeavour to reduce the number of unfunded budgets, this unit will amplify its assistance to 22 delegated municipalities in an effort to strengthen their financial position going forward. Treasuries will further continue to monitor and improve the in-year monitoring reports like we do with provincial departments. We will do it at municipal level as well. And these in-year monitoring reports have been enhanced to include 13 sustainable indicators to identify municipalities that are experiencing financial challenges, and that would allow us to proactively intervene timeously. Revenue and debt remains a challenge across municipalities, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and with this program, the purpose of providing this technical support to selected municipalities, it is to assist them in improving revenue and debt management processes and controls. It will include, amongst others, facilitating intergovernmental relationships, and we will also ensure that on debt and revenue-related matters, we would, as National Treasury and Provincial Treasury, continue to negotiate between our municipalities and other departments within provincial, national and local government to increase payments for local services. We also support municipalities in monitoring indigent registers And we also would like to ensure that support is offered on training to municipal officials on how to implement revenue-related policies. On risk management and internal audit, this unit is assisting all 22 municipalities to create a risk management and internal audit unit. We have to ensure that the committees are sitting. We also present difficulties as municipalities have not been able to recruit chief risk officers, risk practitioners, chief audit executives, and internal audits, and that has affected the effectiveness and functionality of both activities negatively, thus the support to these municipalities. We implore our municipalities to prioritize and protect these crucial positions, and as we deal with the internal audit committees, through some of them, they're not currently operational as a result of lack of appointment of independent chairpersons within risk and audit management, and the inability of senior management to attend and participate in these committee meetings. Honourable Deputy Speaker, for the objective of empowering and exchanging best practices with municipal officials, Treasury will continue to organise and host annual forums as well as district forums. Together with the Premier's Coordinating Forum, PCF, we will ensure that Risk Management and Internal Audit Committee will also participate in induction workshops led by Provincial Treasury. On the critical supply chain management, in order to reduce unwanted expenditure and enhance local government service delivery, Provincial Treasury will keep reviewing SCM and provincial procurement policies to ensure that all municipalities are compliant with SCM regulations in terms of the area of expertise and the available skills. The transfer of these skills through formal workshops and on-the-job training showed a successful conclusion of a program with National Treasury, TETA, where we trained 54 municipal STM practitioners across the province. It has concluded, and just this week we had conferred the final certification at NQF5 level for those supply chain practitioners. Congratulations to all of you. And as you go out to your municipalities, we would like, thank you, we would like to ensure that you keep an eye on the execution of your role and reduce that irregular expenditure across the board. On financial recovery services, this unit plays an indispensable role in providing essential support to financially distressed municipalities. The municipality is placed under mandatory intervention among Mangaung Metro, Tokoloho, Mafube local municipalities. Additionally, Phumelela and Ketwana have also been voluntary financial recovery plans, but they're being supported with monitoring and evaluation with these plans by both Treasury and COCTA. The MFRS unit helps municipalities to navigate and deal with the financial challenges and long-term successes in order to be able to deal with some of these matters on their own. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, in our efforts to support departments, entities and municipalities, we will work closely with our sister department, COCTA, and stakeholders such as SALGA and AGSA and others within the local government space. We will do our best to assist departments, entities and municipalities to improve their financial management practices and ultimately their audit outcomes. It remains the responsibility of those tasked with leading these institutions to take accountability and to ensure that good governance practices are embedded into the operations of their institutions. Honourable Deputy Speaker, next Sunday we will be hosting and celebrating Mother's Day. Please allow me to acknowledge all mothers and the role that they play in shaping us as people and citizens of our beloved province. When I talk about mothers, I refer to every woman who raised or raises a child, whether it is her biological offspring or not. And to those single dads, you may celebrate Mother's Day and Father's Day. Honourable Speaker, like any mother would do everything in her power to give their children a better future, it is incumbent upon us to create a better future for all. We cannot rest while poverty, unemployment and inequality remains. As Provincial Treasury, we are committed to ensure that financial resources of the province are used effectively and efficiently to service our people and bring about socio-economic transformation to change the lives for the better. Honourable Speaker, at this point I must extend my deepest appreciation to our various public and private sector partners for their continued support to the work of Provincial Treasury, the Free State Provincial Government, and the support that we receive through their various corporate governance and social responsibility programs. And as we conclude this vote, Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker and this House, allow me to acknowledge and deeply appreciate the support of the lead of our executive, our Honourable Premier, our members of the Executive Council, the presiding officers and chairpersons of the various committees, specifically the Public Accounts and Finance Committee, for their support during the annual appropriation bill process. Thank you to our organization, the African National Congress, for the continued trust and faith in the way we execute our duties. I wish to thank the Head of Department of Provincial Treasury, Mercy Singh, the team in my office. When I don't sleep, they don't sleep, as well as the senior management and every single individual in Team Treasury, my family away from home, for their commitment to ensure that Provincial Treasury executes its legislative mandate. My gratitude goes out to my dearest family, my boys, importantly to our Creator for our life, health and wisdom, and to you, of course, the people of this beautiful Free State province. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of this Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Kia leboa.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Brown. Honorable members, can we continue to the debate? Our debate for Treasury is going to be an open debate. I'm going to call upon Honorable Vosi Chabalala on the podium to address the House.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, tumelle ki kadimedi tumedi sotsohle tse seng di entswe. Haholo ki recognize the Honorable Speaker, the Chair of Chairs in his absentia, the Tona la rona le Khabane, the Honorable Premier Ntate Dukwana, Matona ohle a teng kwano, all the Honorable MECs, the members of Parliament who are with us, members of the Provincial Legislature. Ke tla be ke etsa phoso e kgolo ha ke sa lebisi tlhompho ya ka ho my president Ntate Taibos ke mmono teng se ka o kenya mathateng hobane so na le president mara once a president always. The Honorable Executive Mayor of the municipality of Machabeng, the Honorable Councillors who are here with us, Setjhaba sa heso se teng kwano sa Free State. I stand before you today on behalf of our glorious movement, the African National Congress, to welcome and endorse the budget vote of the Free State Department of Treasury delivered by the esteemed MEC, Khadija Brown. As a member of the ANC, we are committed to ensure the prudence of the finances of our province. We recognize the importance of transparent and accountable financial management in promoting good governance and sustainable development. This budget speech aligns with our commitment to those principles as it is outlined, plans for responsible financial management and sustainable resources use. Furthermore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the budget vote echoes the ANC resolutions that speaks about the importance of the department in driving transformation and development in our province. The National Development Plan recognizes the crucial role that the finance and economic management play in promoting inclusive growth, development, and we must ensure that our province is on track to achieve these goals. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the budget speech outlines plans for responsible financial management, increased investment in public infrastructure, and sustainable resources use, all of which are critical for driving transformation and development in our province. And that is why, Honorable Premier and Honorable MEC, we must not shy away to empower our local black people. But wa borona ba batsho go lokela hore re ske ra ba le tshabo jalo ka mokgatlo o busang hore re ba etse e be barui mara ka tsela eo e leng hore re a tseba kaofela hore we must all follow supply chain processes to ensure that we also empower our black people and women and those who are disabled. One of the notable areas covered in the speech is the commitment towards sustainable resource management. This is a critical issue that affects not only the Free State Province but the country as a whole. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Provincial Treasury recognizes this and has outlined plan to promote the efficient use of the resources and minimize waste. This approach aligns with the ANC commitment to adopting sustainable practices and ensure that we leave a habitable planet for future generations. We commend these efforts and believe that it is a step in the right direction towards achieving environmental sustainability. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the budget speech highlights the importance of public finance and assets management. This is crucial in ensuring that the resources are used efficiently, effectively to promote economic growth. And we welcome the resource allocation towards the public infrastructure and development projects. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this project will create employment opportunities and stimulate economic growth in the province. We must also ensure that assets such property and equipment are managed and maintained efficiently so that they continue to benefit the provincial government and its people for years to come. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the budget speech outlined the plans for the responsible management of liability. It is crucial that government, businesses, and individuals manage their liability effectively to avoid financial crisis. We welcome the efforts to monitor debt levels and ensure that they do not become unsustainable. This approach will ensure that the provincial government remains financially stable and can continue to deliver the service to the people of the Free State. In conclusion, I urge all members of this House to welcome and embrace the budget vote. It outlined plans for the sustainable resource management, responsible public finance and assets management, and responsible liability management. It is in line with the ANC commitment to promoting sustainable development and good governance, and that we continue to drive transformation and development for the benefit of all our people. And that is why, Honorable MEC Makume, we are calling upon the support of COGTA to be able to give support to the municipalities and also MEC Brown to ensure that in terms of our own indigenous processes, indigenous registers, we are able to assist municipalities so that they are able to get a better equitable share. And that is why I'm also calling upon the Honorable Premier, in his own space of the cabinet, Lekgotla, he must be able to persuade the cabinet to ensure and recognize that the Free State have the poorest municipalities. Hence, we are calling upon the review the review of the equitable share formula, which does not benefit our people of the Free State. Re utlwile hleng bathong. Freistata e tshwana le ditoropo tse ding. Ke ka hoo ke kopang o Mopresidente le Honorable MEC to ensure that we must never ever move away from ensuring that the equitable share formula definitely benefit our people. Hence, it is important for municipalities to have a good indigent register policy to ensure that they are able to survive through the revenue collection. Because the municipalities and our own government cannot only rely on having the grants. Must be able to have the municipalities that have a better grading. And that is why next time we are going to call upon the MEC for COCTA to ensure that our municipalities review the gradings of their municipalities so that they are able to get a better share from the national space. And that is why I'm calling upon, as a member of the Portfolio Committee of Finance, to ensure that we deal with the municipalities to be able to have a better capacity so that they are able to then discharge their core functions to assist our people and our communities. So I therefore say, we then support the budget vote. Ke a leboha. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vose. Honorable Klute, you may address the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Considering this is an open debate, through you, Premier and MECs Brown and Matai, can you imagine what income the province can generate just by writing fines to MECs speeding in their blue light brigades? It's madness, Speaker. We are lawmakers, not law breakers. So that's a lot of money that can come into the province. Back to the budget and the mandate of this department. Let's zoom into Program 5. I want to zoom in as well. Municipal finance management and the 80 million to this end. And sometimes I feel sorry for this department.
Order.
Since its constitutional powers are limited, and unfortunately so, but rightly so. Municipalities all be self-sufficient, self-reliant, and self-generating levels of government. In the Free State, this is simply not happening. Municipalities are mismanaged, lacking decent planning during IDP processes, and ultimately unrealistic budgets. Nou, of hulle onbefondse of onrealistische begrotings is, ons municipaliteite is finansiële rampe en ons inwoners is raadop, geïrriteerd en moesmoedig soos in hierdie municipaliteit. Elke jaar beklei die openbare rekeningkomitee met municipaliteite en elke jaar beloof om net beter te wees. This year is no exception. 20 million rand for Operation Clean Audit and another 8 million for municipal support. Two departments share the latter municipal responsibilities, and yet we see very little improvements. In fact, I would go so far as to say that money spent by this department as well as COCTA are fruitless expenditures. There's simply just no turnaround in the financial woes of municipalities, and improvements in the audit reports are not enough, MEC. You know that. Speaker, ek sê weer, ek voel vir die departement, want municipaliteite kry dit eenvoudig nie reg om selfstandig te funksioneer nie. Kom ons kyk na hierdie municipaliteit. Machabeng se skuld aan Eskom en skuld aan Sedibeng, nou Bloemwater, beloop miljarde. En wie trek aan die kortste eind? Ons inwoners. Hierdie municipaliteit het 'n begrotingstekort van meer as 'n $500 miljoen. Om die waarheid te sê, sy begrotingstekort beloop meer as sy verwagte inkomste. Hoekom? 'n Swak invorderingskoers. In 3 boekjare kon Machabeng dit nie reg kry om meer as 56% van sy verwagte inkomste in te vorder nie. But MEC, your hands are tied. Municipalities are cash-strapped. You don't have to identify them. They all have financial woes, and that's the legacy of the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. Honorable MEC Koloi, you may address the House. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency, the Premier of the Free State, Honorable Mxolisi Dukwana, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable members of the Legislature, traditional leaders that are present today, mayors and councillors that are present, in particular the hosting executive mayors, that is Meta Kumbana and Executive Mayor Tandukwalo Kalipa, government officials, media houses, esteemed guests, comrade patriots, Legislature, Kakakarezo, Safristata, Galudumedisa, Lusema Letsatsi la kajeno. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to MEC Brown for the commendable budget vote speech and for the continued good work in her department. MEC Brown, your deliverance today reflected the key principles of good governance, transparent and accountable use of public finances and resources. Honorable Speaker, the emancipation of women remains a cardinal goal and an anchor for a free and democratic country. This conviction is beyond rhetoric. The ANC continues its endeavors to unite all South African women, notwithstanding their different experiences arising from race, class, ethnicity, religion, and the country's demographics. Given the legacy of women's oppression in general and black women in particular, the ANC bias towards working class and rural poor women remains steadfast. In line with this strong-held assertion of our movement, we applaud, Honorable Speaker, the Department of Treasury for their readiness to concert efforts in improving the representation of women in senior management positions from 39% to at least 42% in pursuit of the national target of 50% for jobs and within all the sectors, including in the skills development thereof. Speaker, the recipe for any good governance lies in the good conduct and capable human resource. Treasury Department diagnosed that it needs the presiding officers to deal effectively with the grievances and disciplinary processes. This step taken by the department to train members of senior management will unquestionably assist in the realization and application of a systematic approach to addressing the consequences of employees' actions, whether positive or negative, within a workplace. This is rather a clear sign that the department has expressed a will for consequence management. In delivering his inspirational speech for the ANC January 8 statement of 2023, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa captured the moment and mood aptly when he said that the ANC will strengthen its capacity and mechanisms to ensure the accountability of those it has deployed in government to implement the democratic electoral mandate that the people of South Africa have entrusted it with. He continued also that the principle of meritocratic deployment will be upheld in order to ensure that the people's interests are advanced. And he also emphasized that the ANC-led government will ensure accountability and consequence management by strengthening reporting mechanisms for all public representatives. Speaker, it should be noted that this consequence management approach applied by ANC government is premised on promoting service delivery, socio-economic transformation, and sustainable development, accountability, and people-centered governance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC also reaffirms its long-standing principle that corruption is an enemy of the people and is therefore a counter-revolutionary act that must be combated and defeated without any expectation. The Department of Treasury carries this mandate with pride because MEC Khadija Brown highlighted that the department will be embarking on a program to conduct lifestyle audits for the entire department. This is an important management tool to prevent and detect fraud and corruption in the public service. It helps to ensure that the lifestyles of government employees are in line with their level of income. It is very encouraging to see that the department aligns itself with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has provided the policy direction for implementation of a range of improvements, including strengthening reporting, investigations, and actions that are designed to address gaps in governance and financial management of public resources. In this regard, one of the 5 commitments and more directly related to this strategy is the urgency placed on reducing and eradicating instances of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures, as this can be ascribed to different levels of financial management. Deputy Speaker, when one speaks of an unqualified audit report, it is a financial report in which the Auditor General expresses an opinion that the financial statements of a department are free of any material misstatements, which fairly presents the financial affairs of the department, and that such financial reporting is compliant with applicable legislation. In accordance with this, we share the joy with the Department of Treasury for having sharpened their controls and improved their audit outcome to an unqualified with no findings for 2021-22 and 2022-23 with clean audit. The department also continued to perfect working the talks of government promise to maintain 100% record of paying of uncontested invoices from suppliers within 30 days, with a declared intention to continue to maintain it in the 2023-24 financial year. The department deserves to be acclaimed for the job well done in handling of the public funds and also honoring payment of the service providers on time for their progression in their pursuit for helping government with economic growth and job creations. The department, Deputy Speaker, has further reaffirmed its commitment to supporting suppliers in the province and will conduct supply chain management roadshows across the province to sensitize service providers on the new regulations of 2022 and how it will affect them in terms of requests for quotations and bids. As stated by Honorable MEC Brown, this will be done in conjunction with CIDB, SEDA, and SARS as essential stakeholders to provide information on completion of bid documents and factors to consider when compiling bid prices. Deputy Speaker, the Free State government continues to give rise to provincial own revenue, and this reflects a government that is focused on economic development and taking necessary policy measures to accomplish that objective. This is a true developmental state in our revolutionary vocabulary. MEC Brown also expressed that our own revenue target was increased during the revenue adjustment budget, with additional of over 121 million made available for the province, and we like to applaud to MEC Brown. And to emphasize the significance of own revenue, Provincial Treasury has funded own revenue initiatives under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as community safety, roads, and transport. This funding will be able to be utilized for refurbishment of properties for rental purposes and security upgrades at various registration authorities. This report by MEC Brown, it rests well with the sentiments uttered by the MEC of Public Works and Infrastructure on her budget vote tabled on Wednesday, the 3rd of May 2023 at Zastron. Madam Speaker, allow me also to reflect good strides taken by the department in working with the local government. It remains a mission of this department to impact positively on the financial health of the municipalities. It is for this reason that Provincial Treasury had deployed financial skills to Kopano local municipality to assist with the improvement of the municipalities, financial management, environment, and outstanding financial statements. The department has also undertaken a role of monitoring the audit process as well as to ensure that financial statements of all municipalities in the province are submitted on time as per the requirements of 126 of Municipal Finance Management Act. Re rata ho leboha Mme Brown le team ya hao. Moreover, the Provincial Treasury will keep reviewing the SCM and provincial procurement policies of the municipalities in order to ensure that they are compliant with the SCM regulations to reduce unwanted expenditure and enhance local government service delivery. And we are submitting to you, Honorable Brown, that all these documents that you are going to present in the municipalities, let them be reader-friendly for all those who will be utilizing such documents, because sometimes it becomes a burden to our service providers when they are dealing with the SCM documents. And we are pleading with your office that let those documents be user-friendly, Ms. Brown. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me reiterate the statement by the Honorable Mxolisi Dukwana in his State of Province address when he said, I quote, "Our social protection programs are a reflection of a caring government. Our social safety net is a conduit to economic inclusion, poverty alleviation, but most importantly, improved quality of life," close quote. Ke rata ho leboha Premier ka mantswe ao a hao nakong ya hao ya State of Province address. Speaker, the budget vote presented here today is an opportunity to reflect on the state of our province finances and the economy more broadly, but most importantly, to understand how this supports our social and economic objectives. This is the challenge of our time, to build a province in which all people have a decent standard of living, access to economic opportunities, and opportunities to pursue their dreams. Allow me, as I conclude, Deputy Speaker, to close with the teachings of Spirella when he reminds us that, I quote, "There's no thrill in easy sailing when the skies are clear and blue. There's no joy in merely doing things which anyone can do, but there is more satisfaction that is mighty and sweet to take when you reach a destination that you thought you never make," close quote. Through our liberation struggle and the advent of our democratic era, we have shown incredible perseverance, humanity, selflessness, and courage. With this debate speech of mine, I therefore support the budget speech of Ms. Khadija Brown. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Koloi. Honorable Mahlatsi, you may address the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, executive mayors and mayors present, councillors present, leaders of the opposition parties, traditional leaders present, Director General and heads of departments, distinguished guests, comrades and friends, baagi ba Afrika Borwa le ba Freistata ka kakaretso, ke a le dumedisa. Madam Speaker, please allow me to remind the House of one of the greatest thinkers this world has ever produced when characterizing the difficult conditions we are sometimes find ourselves in the struggle to better the lives of our people. In his 1852 writings, Karl Marx stated that, I quote, "Men make their own history, but they do not make it easy, or they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from our past," close quote. That is the reality of the country and the world we are facing today, of shrinking economies resulting in limited budgets to meet all the needs of our people. For example, global growth estimates that 2023 have been revised lower. The IMF projects that global growth will slow down from estimated 3.4% in 2022 to 2.9% in 2023. However, we will continue to soldier on as this government. Madam Speaker, that is the context in which our global and national economies are located. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, on this 110th year of the Women's Anti-Pass campaigns led by Umam Charlotte Maxeke, we appreciate the steps taken by the Provincial Treasury in driving the Provincial Research Colloquium, which amongst others is aimed at equipping our policymakers with in-depth knowledge and valuable holistic information. As stated by the MEC, all the presented research solemnly focus on how to facilitate a technology-driven economy. As a province, we can't be left behind by the advances on the fourth industrial revolution. Our belief is that new technologies such as artificial intelligence can provide a platform for economic growth and development that can expand job creation and self-employment. This is in line with our January 8th statement resolution on the fourth industrial revolution that says the ANC should join progressive forces across the globe who are working on to ensure the digital revolution is not appreciated by elites to produce and sustain social inequality, but should help in the betterment of improving the lives of our people. Finally, Madam Speaker, it is indeed true that the Provincial Treasury has funded own revenue initiatives under the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as community safety, roads and transport, as stated by the MEC. Funding commitments for a refurbishment of properties for rental purposes from its own revenue initiative is highly appreciated by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. For instance, in my own budget speech on the 3rd of May, Honorable Speaker, I stated that the department is resolute to utilize state-owned properties for office accommodation, and for this reason has identified a number of dilapidated buildings that need to be refurbished to accommodate client departments. This initiative is assisting the department to reduce payments of operating leases and to improve the status of buildings in the province. For example, in the past 2 financial years, the department refurbished about 5 buildings that were dilapidated, and they will be used as government offices in order to make sure that we reduce funding that has been utilized by this particular department. I further stated that in the MTF period 2023-2024 to 2025-2026, the department intends to refurbish the following buildings: unutilized building in Lady Brand, unutilized building in Betuli, Sandton Stone building in Fixburg, Tennyson for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Potshabelo for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, and also for the Department of Social Development. Honorable Speaker, re tlameile re le lefapha re le mmuso wa African National Congress re theoletse mosebetsi o entsweng ke lefapha lena la Treasury. This department was able to achieve a clean audit. Indeed, normally we say we don't appreciate a fish for swimming. But haba fihlella sefaleng mona na bana ba ka nqeng. Ba rata hore jwetsa ka mokgong ba sebetsang hantle ka mane ka Western Cape. Me re tlamehile re ba hopotsa hore rona le rona mafapheng a rona re sebetsa hantle. Lefapha lena la Treasury together with Department of COGTA have done very well, and I think they deserve a round of applause for receiving clean audits. Honorable Speaker, taba e kgolo ka ga budget ena e bua ka payments of service providers in 30 days. Lefapha lena la Treasury le kgone ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba patala di service providers within 30 days. This is a very important aspect of this budget vote because our inability to pay our service providers on time etsa hore di kgwebo potlana diwe. Etsa hore bo rakgwebo botlana ba ska ba kgona ho tswela pele ka mosebetsi ba o etsang hobane ba sa patalwa ka nako. Ha re sa patale di service providers ka nako bo mme le bontate baagi ba Afrika Borwa baagi ba Free State batho ba rona ba leng gore ba dira dikgwebo ha ba kgone go tswela pele ka mmereko wa bone. Mme re tshwanetse re theoletsa lefapha le gore le dira bonnete ba gore lefapha le patala di service providers within 30 days. Honorable Speaker, kabelo ya di chalate ya lefapha le kapa what we call a budget vote of this department speaks about lifestyle audit. Ha ba fihla mo sefaleng ba ba ka gore le le kafa ba rata go bua ka gore ka mogong re leng mmuso o tletseng bobodu o leng gore ha o dire sentle. Mme ga ba kaka ba ya go police station ba re re tshwarisa go dira bonnete ba gore tse ba di buantse di gona go sala morago ke molao. Mme lefapha le le eteletsweng pele ke mme Khadija Brown o re tlhalosetsa gore ba tlo go dira lifestyle audit. Mme o re go rona on this platform gore o tlo go sumulla ka yene jaaka ile yena a eteletseng lefapha le pele. Mme Khadija Brown ke batla go theoletsa mme ke re gona le matsapa mo lefapheng le la gago mara re a dumela mo tekatekanyong tse tsa ditšhelete ha re shebile 2023-2024 financial year o tlo go dira bonnete ba gore di vacant post di ska nna teng. Mafapha rona na le bothata ba Hollywood ba gaetsho e tla be le di acting ka fa le ka fa kana go ngwe go acta go dira gore ditlamelo tse re tshwanetse re di fe setšhaba sa rona di ska ra itlhella setšhaba sa rona. Mme ke a tshepa gore mme Khadija Brown jaaka o tlhalositse gompieno yana gore mo ditekanong tsa gago tsa ditšhelete tsa 2023-2024 o tlo go dira bonnete ba gore o kwala segeu sa di position tse di leng teng tse di leng funded go dira bonnete ba gore ditshebeletso di fitlhella setšhaba. Mme re ha ntse o tsenya ha o mmawe re batla go bona bo mme ba le ka mo go setlhotlholong re kopa go bona 50% ya bo mme e le bone in the executive management. Mme o sa si batjha morago go ne le bona mo nakong ya botshelo ra bona go batjha ba kgona ba na le bokgoni ba nang le di qualifications ba nang le di expertise ha ba fuwe menyetla. Re rata gore go wena ga theoletsa mo tikanyong ya gago ya ditšhelete ka program e o buang ka yone e leng gore ke ya financial literacy. Re a kopa mme Khadija Brown ha o ntse o dira di door to door o dira bonnete ba go batho ba rona ba ithuta ka tšhelete gonne taba kgolo ke gore batho ba rona ba na le go kry-a madi ba sa itse go ba dirise yang. Re kopa ha o ntse o dira road show e o ska lebala baagi ba rona ba mapolasi gonne ba dula ba saletse morago ka metlha le matse. Re a kopa ha o tsena o tsene go baaging ba rona ba mapolasi. Mme Khadija ha ke feleletsa ke batla go theoletsa programa ya gago ya ACM Roadshow. Re le mmuso wa African National Congress re kopa gore batho ba rona gantsintsi ba tle ba dirile dikgwebo mme ha go tlhagisile ha go na le ano la gore ba participate in the mainstream of economy ba na le mathata gonne ba sa itse gore di tendera tse tsa rona tse di bereka ka tsela le moggontseng yang. mme re a leboga go ya ka tšhebo ya matlho le go ya ka budget vote ya gago ya selemong se sa 2023-2024 wa tlhalosa gore o le go ruta batho ba rona ka tax compliance gonne bontsi ba na le mathata go patala di-taxe e re ha ba filwe kgwebo ba ba sa patele taxe ba ba tsena mo mathateng re kopa gape o rute batho ba rona ka CSD online registration ebile ha o e dira ha o kwadisa batho gore ba itse gore ha ba batla go nna di-service provider go bereke ga yang re kopa o ska ba sia baagi ba maplasi le makeišene a rona re kopa gape ha ntse o dira door to door in a form of a road show o dire bonnete ba gore ka go nna ke nna mastense wa lefapha rona public works ke gona bo mastense bo rastense ba ba dirang bonnete ba gore mafapha otle a na le bodulo ke rona ba leng gore ba jere moruo wa Free State sentle sentle gonne ke gona re agang dikolo ke gona re agang dipetlele ke gona re agang ditleliniki bontsi ba batho ba rona ba batlang go participate in the mainstream of our economy they do not understand and know availability of construction in government opportunities le ha rona re tla dira mmereko wa rona jaaka lefapha wa public works and infrastructure re kopa o nno re thuse ha ntse o tsena mo dimasepaleng o goeletse molaetsa o gore re batla gore batho ba rona ba ikemele ke nnete puso e tshwanetse e dire maana gore go nne le mmereko mo teng ga maAfrika borwa empa re a dumela gore tšhelete re itshwereng jwale ka government is not enough to make sure that we employ each and every individual mme re batla go bona batho ba rona ba tsena mo dikgwebong ebile ba benefit in the mainstream of economy re buile ra re jaaka bo mastense ke rona re dirang bonnete ba go batho ba rona ba mafapha a mantsintsi a otlhe a ba accommodated tšhelete re patalang ya dilisi mme Khadija intsi tota re tshwanetse ga bua le bo our landlords gore ba dira yang go thusa mmuso in making sure that we have our people also benefit in the value chain of our leases re patala madi a mantsi di milione di le dintsi re di patala ko dilisi mara re tlamele re itse gore ke bo mang ba ba dilang ka security mo teng ga meago ke bo mang ba ba kolomakang meago batho ba rona ba kgone go benefita in the mainstream of economy ke lebogile go menagane honorable deputy speaker mme ke a leboga ba Afrika borwa baagi ba Free State mo primary re go tlhompile le seti.
Thank you, Honorable Mashatsi. Honorable David van Suren may address the House.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to all the people of Machabeng. Before I begin, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to address one issue. Over the past 4 weeks, we have been taking Parliament to the people with these budget debates. While the Programming Committee approved this, the magnitude and financial implications of the program should have been discussed and in full with the committee. Honourable Speaker, the MEC of Finance, Honourable Brown, should have intervened and put a stop to this extravagant waste of money. These venues that you see here, tents, aircons, chairs, food, and countless other expenses were taken to 6 other towns and has cost the legislature millions of rands, apparently more than 7 million rand, while the institution is already under significant financial pressure. The legislature could have visited Welkom and all the other towns and used existing infrastructure. This money could have been spent so that this and all the other host towns could have benefited from it. We must leave something tangible behind for the community so that they can experience a legislature that cares about them and about fulfilling the legislative mandate. That is not what is happening here. The money spent here is rolled up, packed up, eaten up and transported out of here. The only benefit the community sees is a plate of food. We need to change the way we do things, Honourable Speaker. We need to think of people and spend the money to permanently better their lives beyond the single meal. This almost look like a circus to me. Agbare L.R. Brown, dear u Speaker, ek moet u eer gee waar daar eer toe kom. U kan baie tevrede wees met die skoon audit wat die Departement van Finansies ontvang het in die mees onlangste ouditeur-generaal se verslag. Maar ek moet dit dalk weer in hierdie agbare huis sê. Dit beteken nie dat dienste van op grondvlak gelewer word as 'n departement 'n skoon audit kry nie. Ons kan net na van die departemente kyk en wat ons hier buite sien. Agbare LER, die Departement van Finansies speel 'n kardinale rol in die samestelling van die begroting om te verseker dat die inwoners van die Vrystaat die dienste kry waarvoor die provinsiale regering 'n konstitusionele verantwoordelikheid het. Agbare Spreker, deur die loop van die begrotingstoesprake het ek vir al die nuwe LER'e die voordeel van die twyfel gegee dat hulle moontlik die kennis, kwaliteit en integriteit sal toepas om die haglike omstandighede wat deur die ANC regering oor die laaste 29 jaar geskep is, te probeer verander en verbeter. Maar ek sien dat hulle dieselfde is as al hulle voorgangers en is bereid om voort te gaan met dieselfde retoriek. Wat bedoel ek met dieselfde retoriek? Die DA het in al die debatte van al die departemente geopenbaar waar daar tekortkoming is in die begroting en waar die ANC kortval. Hulle het die mense van die Vrystaat op 'n groot skaal teleurgestel. Ek hoef nie vir al die mense hier teenwoordig te verduidelik hoe die ANC en die LER'e aan my regterkant die mense faal nie. Ek hoef nie te sê dat daar dorpe is wat weke sonder water gaan nie. Dat ons baie mense se lewens eis nie en veroorsaak dat besighede veral op plattelandse dorpe toemaak nie. Ek hoef nie te sê dat die riool deur die strate loop en ons riviere besoedel nie. Hier in Machabeng sien, ruik en voel jy die besoedeling. Ek hoef nie te verduidelik dat die huise wat die Departement van Menslike Nedersetting moet bou vir mense wat dit brood nodig het, nie gebou kan word nie, want hulle het oor die laaste 3 jaar amper 400 miljoen rand verloor, omdat die departement nie die begroting kon spandeer nie. Die gemiddelde prys van 'n RDP-huis is ongeveer 200 000 rand. Indien hulle die geallokeerde 400 miljoen rand gebruik het, kon die departement 2000 huise gebou het. 2000 huise. Daar is nie een huis vir die verlore geld gebou nie, en alles is teruggegee aan nasionale tesourie. Dit is krimineel. Agbare Brown, u het 'n jaar terug gesê, ons moet u en die ANC 'n geleentheid gee om die veranderinge aan te bring. Dit is nou 'n jaar later en dienslewering en finansiële bestuur is slegter as ooit. Daar is 'n paar veranderinge onder die LER'e aangebring, maar dit beteken nie as jy die stoele op die Titanic rondskuif dat die skip nie meer gaan sink nie. Agbare Brown, die Vrystaat het nie meer tyd nie. U departement het 'n ongelooflike belangrike rol om te verseker dat die begroting klop, maar ook om 'n pertinente rol te speel om korrupsie te stop en individue te vervolg. Ons hoor net van aksies wat geneem word teen korrupte amptenare. En u sal dit seker weer nou bevestig. Maar ons mense sien niemand agter tralies nie. Honorable Maglatsi, through u, Speaker, we have gone to the police. We will go again to the police. That's why your previous premier is in court today. And some of your MECs, previous MECs, and will go to court, and we will ensure that they go to court. You know why? Because you do not do that. You never lay a criminal charge against any of your own people. And we will enforce that and ensure that oversight is done there. MEC Brown, die Departement van Finansies moet departemente en munisipaliteite bystaan om beter finansiële bestuur toe te pas wat sal bydra tot beter audituitkomste. Dit is onaanvaarbaar dat die departement geld bewillig aan munisipaliteite terwyl hulle swak finansiële bestuur toepas. Kan ons nie wees dat ons dit doen nie. Die munisipaliteite gebruik hierdie fondse om hulle lopende uitgawes te dek. Throughout the budget debate, the Democratic Alliance has emphasized the shortcomings of each department and what a devastating effect this has on the community. Throughout the debates, the participating MECs and ANC members have had the opportunity to explain to the people why they were an epic failure when it comes to service delivery. And please don't tell me you get the services in this town, because we can see it. And why billions have been lost and mismanaged. They have had the opportunity to confess. They have had the opportunity to explain to the residents of the Free State that they have a feasible plan free of corruption and fraud and filled with quality services and prosperity. But what did the ANC do throughout the debates? They have shifted the blame, and this happened in each and every debate that we had. They have shifted the blame. It was a white man named Jan van Riebeeck. Can you believe it? Who is responsible for the present decay in services. He caused these roads to look like this. According to the ANC, it was the apartheid government that didn't build.
Honorable Van Vuren, just a minute. Members of the community, with due respect, you in our proceedings, you are not allowed to take part. So please don't take part, so that we keep the decorum of the House. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. According to the ANC, it was the apartheid government that didn't build but destroyed Eskom, Transnet, Telkom, SIA, and the formerly functional road network. In the Western Cape, the government has already taken measures to mitigate, and I don't want to listen to this, but please listen to this. This budget made no provision for how we're going to address load shedding. To mitigate the effects of load shedding through various measures, including providing 200,000 load shedding packs to poor households. So these poor people has got these packs and actually can fight load shedding. Here in the Free State, the ANC-run Mafubi municipality has blocked attempts by the rural maintenance to free the municipality from load shedding through solar energy. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people to stop this if you can actually help the people, the poor people on the ground? Don't let the ANC tell you that they are a caring party. They are not. If they cannot get money out of a contract, they stop that contract. They will not approve it. I can promise you that. This is what happened there. It doesn't matter what harm it causes. I have to say, Honourable Brown, that I was quite disappointed on Wednesday when you stood up and said that the horrific road system in the Free State is caused by apartheid. I thought you had more integrity and would not grandstand for the audience. I did expect it from all the other ANC members, but I thought when it comes to finance, you might have the integrity to explain and debate why your government has spent the last 9 years failing the people. The ANC and its representatives need to explain why they are causing more harm now and why they have neglected their promise made in 1994. We all acknowledge that apartheid was a discriminatory system, but it is sad to think that your default setting is to blame apartheid instead of taking responsibility for your own current actions that are destroying our communities. In Afrikaans praat hulle van 'n lafaard. Dit is seker een van die eerste lesse wat ek my kinders geleer het. Dit is dat jy kan besluite neem in die lewe, maar jy moet verantwoordelikheid daarvoor aanvaar en nie 'n lafaard wees en die gevolge van jou besluite wil ontduik nie. Through you, Speaker, Honourable Meku, you referred to your 5-year-old daughter, who you said understands more than some of the opposition members. Maybe you should have your 5-year-old explain politics, integrity, and taking responsibility for your actions to the ANC members. Maybe then they will be able to grasp this concept. Agbare Speaker, weet jy waaraan die ANC my laat dink? Ek het 'n storie gehoor van 'n persoon wat 'n onwettige vlieglisensie gekoop het, sonder dat hy vir die opleiding gegaan het. Die ongelooflikste deel van hierdie storie is, dat toe hy sy gekoopte lisensie ontvang het, toe het hy gedink hy kan 'n vliegtuig vlieg. Weet julle hoe gevaarlik is dit? Dit is presies hoe die kaders in die ANC is. Hulle word aangestel as MM's, CFO's, burgemeesters van munisipaliteite, sonder die nodige ondervinding en opleiding, en dan dink hulle kan die vliegtuig vlieg. Dit is crazy. Ek het 'n rugby-afrigter gehad, hy was hier van Welkom af, wat altyd vir die spelers gesê het, know your limits. Ek wil vandag dieselfde vir hierdie mense aan my regterkant sê. Know your limits. As jy nie die vaardighede en die bevoegdheid het nie, moenie besluite neem wat katastrofiese gevolge vir die mense in die Vrystaat inhou nie. Die ANC as die regerende organisasie het 'n verantwoordelikheid om te verseker dat hulle openbare verteenwoordigers individue is met karakter, integriteit en kwaliteit. Nie mense wat korrup, skelm en onbevoeg is nie. When I leave this podium and the next speaker addresses you, they will fall back to their default setting and tell you that the terrible state of this province and this town is not because of the ANC cadre deployment or the fact that they appointed incompetent and corrupt leaders. They will deny that. This is all that the ANC has to offer. What I know as a fact is that the voters here in Machabeng got what you voted for. But please know this, you deserve better. You are now in a position to make better choices. If you want better services and a brighter future, vote for the DA. If you want poverty, a broken society and a poor infrastructure, vote for the ANC. But remember, the choice ultimately lies with you. You must decide what your and your family's future look like. You and only you. You have one choice every 5 years, and then you have to live with that choice. Make it count. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vuuren. Members of the community, ke sa ipiletsa. Let us keep the decorum of the House. As the members of the community, we are not allowed to take part in the plenary. Ka boikokobetso. Let me take this opportunity and give Honorable Ngangisa, the Chief Whip, to address the House.
Deputy Speaker, Speaker of the Legislature, the Premier of the Free State, Ubaba Mxolisi, Leader of Government, Business, Comrade TK, Tio, members of the Executive, and members of Parliament. Voter from the NCOP, welcome. The Mayor of Machabeng, Comrade Tandu Xolo Kalipa, Sisinta Kubana, the Mayor of the District, Mujalefa Buti, the Chief Whip, I saw you, Comrade Reed and Comrade Oki, respectively, the leadership of the ANC in the Machabeng District or region, Comrade Besani, the NEC member of the ANC, Omstoff, Salga President from here in the Free State, our own home brewed. All other ex-members of Parliament who are here today, and Umama Wetu, the first woman citizen of the province, Mamukali Lele Tutukwana, members of the public, you are welcome. Ke qala mona ke leboha lebitso la mokgatlo wa rona wa ANC lo amohela budget vote ena ya Mekadisha. Re tsamaile o fihlela tsatsi lena re beya ya o qetela budget ka hara province ya Free State. Ntle le o etsa phoso re etsa ka bohohle hore re hlalosetse batho ba rona maemo ao re sebetsang ka tlasa ona, katlego tsa rona mosebetsing ona ntse ro tshwere, bofokodi ba rona mosebetsing ona ntse ro dira. Mme ka hohle hohle re lekile ho bua ditaba ka o totobala ka nnete hore batho ba rona ba tsebe maemo a rona mo re leng teng mane mo ba re romeng teng parlamenteng. Jwale Mekadisha Brown ha bua mona ka ditekanyetso, le yana a bua ditekanyetso tsa province kaofela. O hlalositse ka bophara boemo ba ditjhelete ka hare ho province ya Free State, le hore na re ka kgona ho fihlella eng tlasa mathata ana e re leng ho ona a moruo ona o batlang ele o ya tlase ka tsatsi le tjhabang le dikelang. Jwale re ile ra hlalosa re le mokgatlo wa setjhaba hore maemong ana a bohloko a hlokolosi re lekile ka hohle ho etsa bokgoni bo re na leng bona ho fihlella ditabatabelo tsa setjhaba sa rona ka kakaretso. Mona matjhabeng tsatsing lena ho tlo hlalosetsa ka kakaretso tse ding tsa dintho tse re di fihlelletseng le tseo re sa di fihlellang. Me re boemong bona re bile re hlompha le ho batla ho totobetsa hore maemo ana re iphumanang ho ona re fihletse ho ona ka lebaka la sebete le mamello le boitelo bo boholo ba batho ba rona ba ileng ba lwanela tokoloho ena re na le yona tseleng. Deputy Speaker, ha re hlophisetsa ho tlo beya puo ya rona mona re batla ho totobatsa hore ntshetsopele kapa diphihlello tseo re di entseng maikemisetso kapa seo re batlang ho se fihlella maemong a ne re leng ona re batla re thabile ka mokgwa o re sebeditseng ka teng ho hlokomela hore maemo e re sebeditseng ka tlasa ona a ne a le hlokolosi jwang, mme re bontshitse tswelopele e kgolo maphelong a rona le ho etsa di sacrifice tse ngata hore re fihle mona mo re leng teng. Wa bontsha mme Khadisha hore mane lefapheng la bona ba bile qetellong ba hira motho a ikarabellang HOD, mme 86% ya department eo e na le batho ba sebetsang diposong tseo tse patallwang ho leka ho bona hore lefapha le boemong ba ho phetha mosebetsi wa ona ka kakaretso le ka bokgoni bo ba kgonang ka teng. Re a thaba hoba le ntate Moqolisi puong ya hae mane ya sopa o ile a hlalosa hore mana mafapheng re tlameha ho lekola batho ba sebetsang mafapheng hore na mosebetsi o ba o etsang le tjhelete ba e lefellwang na e lekana le bophelo bo ba bophelang. Ha ba o phela ka ntle ho tjhelete eo e kenang o tlameha ho hlalosa hore na o thola kae maemo a wa jwalo, mme re tsebe hore ha o etse botsotsi kapa bokuntshwana. Re a bontsha hore mmuso o sebetsa hantle, mmuso o leka ka hohle hore o sebetse le batho ka kakaretso le mekgatlo ka kakaretso le batho bohle ba nang le thahasello ya tsamaiso ya mmuso ka mokgwa o phethahetseng. Mme ke ka ho re reng ho Comrade Khadisha, forward ever and backward never. Re ha re fihla hona jwale mmusong wa Freistata, batho ba Freistata ka kakaretso, batho ba sebetsang le mmuso, batho ba sebetsang ba fana ka tshebetso mmusong, bana bo radikgwebo ba patalwa mona Freistata, ba patalwa nakong eo e loketseng ho ba patalwe within 30 days. Ena e leka ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba kgone ho nyoloha e ska ba di SMME forever, ebe bo rakgwebo ba hodileng ba kgonang ho iketsetsa ka hohle ka moo ba kgonang ka teng. Me re kgothetse ke ntshetsopele ena ya bontshang hore mafapheng mona Freistata ho bonahala eka ba sebedisa ditjhelete hantle, mme le AGSA wa e netefatsa taba eo, mme re a itholetsa ntho ya hore ba bontsha hona le ntshetsopele ya hore ditjhelete tsa lona di matsohong a matle, mme di hlokomelehile and di sebetsa ntho e tlameleng di etse. Mme re a dumela hore clean audit ha se yona fela, e tlameha ho tsamaya mmoho le hore le thole ditshebeletso, hoba ha o thuse hore o tlo re brekela ka hore o na le 10,000 bakeng empa bana ba lapa. Tsamaya tjhelete o e sebetse baneng empa o kgone ho ikarabella hore e sebeditse hantle. Mme ke ka ho re dumelang hore ho na le dialectical relationship between clean audit and service delivery. Jwale re rona Deputy Speaker re leboha ho menahane ka mosebetsi o motle ona o bontshitsweng ke department ya rona ya finance o etelletsweng pele ke mme Khadisha Brown, o bontshitseng hore o sebedise tlasa maemo ana a hlokolosi a tsamaiso tsa ditjhelete, tlasa maemo ana a hlokang capacity e ngata ya hore batho ba tsebe mosebetsi wa ona tlasa maemo a complex e re operatang under ona. Mme re a leboha Comrade Vusi Chabalala ha o ile wa tlhalosa ka o menahana hore department ena e tjhatsi mabapi le ho hlokomela ditjhelete tsa setjhaba, mabapi le ho etsa bonnete ba hore tjhelete ya setjhaba e sebeletsa setjhaba, hore department ena e susumelletsa kapa e tjhorisa maemo a hore ho be le ntshetsopele kapa development, and ena le tjhebelopele because development by its nature is futuristic, and department as champion and custodian ya development e bontsha ka hohle hohle hore it's on track and e ikemiseditse hape hore e promote economy ya rona. Re mane mokgatlong e ke tswang ho ona re batla South Africa e prosperous, empa ra utlwisisa hore prosperity eo re share le batho ba rona ke hore re enhance e kgone ho grow so that we are able to share it, and we thank you for identifying that important niche in as far as we are going. And re a dumela hore mokgwa molawana ona o sebetsang ho fana ka ditjhelete ho naha ho bo masepala le ho provincial government o tlameha ho hlokomelo mme o batla ho hlokomedisitswe, and ke a tseba Omstof tla dumelana le nna hore haholo bo masepala ba thola percentage e nyane ya tjhelete empa e le hore service delivery haholo ya teng ho batla hona le bofokodi mabaping ho ba ho tlameha hore e nyolle ho bo masepala ho ba ke bona ba leng cold face ya rona ya service delivery. Re a leboha mme Koloi ka o identify as part of the speech of the MEC hore bomme ba bapala karolo e kgolo ka hare ho setjhaba sa rona. How o developa mme, ha o supporta mme, o supporta setjhaba. Ha o hodisa mme, o hodisa setjhaba. Empa ha o hodisa ntate, o hodisa individual. Because bomme ke karolo ya ho theha setjhaba. Boemo bona ke batla ho jwetsa mopremiri wa rona ke buruti ke ntate wa ka ha ke le lebollong. A re honna yazi ntoni ntate wa ka na rata ho lwantsha mme wa ka ka nako tsohle, and you must notify the operative ways gore una rata ho lwantsha mme wa. There was no point where I retaliated. A re yazi ntoni unyoko umthandi umhloniphi ngoba unyoko ukunike impilo ngeke apha ngele kwakhe. And Comrade Sidikolo has identified that through the speech of the MEC. And we appreciate because our government, in terms of addressing the imbalances of the past, is addressing women as the most critical element of our society, because women empowerment is a nation empowerment. Re a leboha ho menahane hore o hlalose hore mokgahlong ona wa rona wa ANC ha re kgetha batho ho tloha hona jwale ho ya pele tlasa ketapele e matla ya ntate Cyril Ramaphosa, o kgetha motho a eda ka hara stulo sa ho ba moetapele wa ANC kapa ka hara stulo sa mmuso, o kgethuwa ka system e bitswang meritocracy. Re nkile mane China e bolela hore o kgethuwa ka tsebo ya hao le bokgoni bo na le bona le ka hore na ka hare ho setjhaba so leng ho sona na setjhaba se ao appreciate na. Ha o kgethuwe fela ka hore mohlomong o apara hantle kapa o bua ha monate, mara o tshwanetse o bona le kelello e tlatsi ya ho etella setjhaba pele, and ke yona ntho e matlafatsang rona setjhaba sa rona le ANC ho bontsha hore re nkela hloohong ditaba tsa setjhaba sa rona. Mme re a dumela hore o se di bolela jwalo ka Mastens hore lefapha lena la tsa ditjhelete lona le lona le sebetsa mmoho ho nyolla bo rakgwebo ba rona potlana. Di-contractors tsa rona di thola monyetla wa hore ba hole, ba thola monyetla wa hore ba be le business, because private does not support them. Private doesn't care about our people. Private care about maximizing profit. That's all. In any case, today in South Africa, private companies make more money than they did in apartheid times. So they don't care, they are fine. It is only government through its programs to support our people, and we thank you, leadership, for doing that diligent job. And of course, financial educations play a major role. a ke tsebe ntate Tluto ntse re di blue light di etsa a ke tsebe le kopana ka le di blue lights. I think we have got different responsibilities. Chief, don't come here and grandstand when it's not necessary. Re tlile mo ho tlo hlalosa fela hore na maemo a rona a ditaba a sebeditswang ho fihla jwale e seng mihlolo entse bua ke ntate Tluto mona a sa tsebe hore na o itoma malemong tsa rena. Rona mona Freystad me Khadisha o hlalositse, I'm not sure you were listening to the budget when it was presented. O hlalositse hore today Free State in a di reserves in a budget e betseng ka thoko hore ha o ka hla kodua efe kapa efe re be le mogwa hore ra ikarabela. Jwale ntate Tluto ke tsebe na mametse eng kapa motho wa batho thabetse o bona batho ba bangata ba ba tlwaela o sa ipuela fela ntho tse yang kwana. Bo masipala, it's true. Bo masipala bana le mathata. It is in the acknowledgement and evolution of the African National Congress, led by Comrade Tutu. Hore bo masipala bana ba Freystata bana le mathata. And mathata bo masipala ba rona are inherent. And that's why Meneer van Vuren asa batle re bue ka Jan van Riebeeck. And what's why asa batle re bue ka Jan van Riebeeck is because Mthako a bitswang Tony Leon ke ena a theileng tee. Now ntate wa Tony Leon ine ele judge casing ya Kalushi Mahlangu. Ke ena a sentencitseng Kalushi Mahlangu hore a lo fanyiwa a bolawe. Ba be ba nka qeta hore ha ba mo bolae ka mora sentence ba mo beya ho fihla di 6 tsa April. Now the 6 tsa April ke letsatsi leo Jan van Riebeeck a fihlileng ka lona South Africa. So bona ba celebrate Jan van Riebeeck ka ba fanyeya Kalushi Mahlangu. And that's why sa batle re bue ka Jan van Riebeeck, because ke morena wa bona and ba mo celebrate every year against and with the lives of our people. We will remind you forever that as you say apartheid was not acceptable. You are just trying to grandstand, but in essence and internally you represent it in any way you are. And that's why you want to claim that the ANC is not a caring organization. You don't know what caring is. Because if you do, you would appreciate that every person is equal before the law. You will appreciate that sefahlego sa modimo kaofela re a tshwana. Re hema moya o tshwanang, re na le madi a makhubedu kaofela, ra shwa kaofela, ra katelwa. Ha ona hore makgowa a shwa betere ho feta batho ba batsho. Now you don't appreciate that. Hence you ill-treat our people in the province you want to claim pride about in Western Cape. You don't care about people of Ilanga. You don't care about people of Guguletu. You don't care about people of Mitchell's Plain. You only care about people in suburbs because you appreciate the money invested into you to sideline our people. And that's why they don't grow. So you would not appreciate what is happening in South Africa today because, you know, you were not schooled in what I call historical materialism. You are failing to appreciate the platform. You are coming here to campaign for votes when we must explain to our people how government works. You're missing the point. You are crying at the wrong funeral. You are representing issues that are not relevant here because you don't have what I call time and space. You have a space,
Order.
but you have a wrong time. You are presenting in a space a wrong element because you can't comprehend the platform you are in. You must account for something else. So you must appreciate that in terms of growing the economy, you need at least 3 basic elements. You need to appreciate the history of where we come from. That's very significant in terms of growing the economy. You need to appreciate the culture of the nation because culture enhances how the nation grows and in turn enhances how your economy moving forward. You must appreciate the material conditions, what prevails, what gives into the nation at that particular time, what conditions you operate under, whether the climate conditions are conducive for you to take interim or strategic measures to move forward. So you would not know that. You are not schooled in historical materialism. So that's why you are pitching a relevant and irrelevant subject at a different platform. But we are saying to you, MEC, we appreciate the work that you are doing. We are excited about you having to lead this department to ensure that the people of the Free State achieve more. And the ANC is giving you this mandate with respect, with dignity. And they know you will execute it responsibly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable MEC Khadija Brown to reply to the debate.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, a young representative of the National Council of Provinces, all national members of Parliament, I stand on the protocol observed earlier. During this debate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to attend to 2 or 3 critical aspects. Honorable Klute, in the speech, we absolutely outlined that due to the economic challenges which we are all experiencing, not only in the country but across the globe, our tax base in this country is a challenge, more so in our local municipalities. And it is therefore that we have increased the budget of MFM, which I thought I was articulate enough to showcase that we are prioritizing our local governments. And we agree that we have to provide the necessary support. But I'm also calling on you and all counterparts, as we deal with councils, our goal and our aim must be for the citizens of that local government, not for a political party and the ideology of a specific political party. So the onus is upon all of us to work together and fix the tax-based issues within our municipalities so that we can deal with the financial health in our municipalities and we can support a revenue stream and deal with our budget appropriately in order to invest and ensure that economic development happens within those municipalities. Furthermore, it is this ANC government, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that developed an economic recovery program. It is this ANC government that developed a position on debt relief. It is this ANC government that cares about its citizens and is saying, you taxpayers, you haven't paid that municipality, but let's deal with these historic issues. Let's start over and start working towards a progressive future for our people living in those rural areas. Why can you not support that, Honorable Klute? To the matters Honorable Van Vieren raised, let's start with Parliament to the People. Parliament to the People is the mandate of this provincial legislature. It is this legislature where laws are passed and where important issues of the day is discussed and decided upon. It is this place where the views of the citizens can be heard directly by either committees or other functions of Parliament. It also keeps this executive accountable to the people of the province. You elected us. It is up to you and for you to keep us accountable, right? But I think the DA opposes bringing Parliament to the people because they do not want the citizens of the province to hear and know about the good work that this ANC government is doing in this province. The improvements that were noted clearly in the speech, 4 improvements in the provincial government, 2 improvements in municipalities, shows that is detailed impetus on making sure that we change the face of this government. And with other big goals by various departments, I can tell you it will be achieved. With the political will and the support from all of us in this room, it will be achieved. And Honorable Van Vieren, I can assure you, MEC Manj, if she is able to pick up maladministration or any of these other executives, we know what to do. We know exactly what to do. And it is because of what our own ANC officials did, supported what it was that you thought you led during some of the cases that you opened. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's imperative that we go back to research. It is imperative that we understand the past. The University of Pretoria states that during the apartheid budgeting system, it was extremely secretive. No open formula was developed during the time. There was direct impetus on skewed economies, specifically funding towards industries and monopolies. And these are the same industries and monopolies that are controlling South Africa today in terms of wealth. It is still due to the apartheid government and financing that we are the #1 unequal country in the world, with the top 10% of the wealthy in this country that holds 80% of the country's wealth. But in fact, it's not just an issue here in South Africa, it's the state of the world where the richest 1% grabs nearly 2/3 of all new wealth, worth 42 trillion rand created since 2020. And of course you will defend it, Honourable Van Vuuren. It is part of your policies and largely derived from the policy on modern capitalist principles. Indeed, we have to go back to our past because it is defined in our blood, black, green and gold, to take everyone with us, build a nation that is inclusive, a nation through our democratic and our national democratic revolution. And if you can't accept that we want to build a prosperous South Africa with everybody included in it, we will walk and we'll follow the path and we'll do it with or without you. I spoke about our plan on energy, and that energy assessment, we reiterated it here today. But we also spoke about it during the State of the Province address, as the Premier outlined it. We also spoke about it on the provincial budget, clearly, bullet for bullet, as to what this province is going to do. But unfortunately, of course, you're going to go back to Western Cape, and I'm going to go back to the research. In 2014, Western Cape raved about renewable energy. They went out, did a launch in February 2022, still haven't appointed. So what does that tell you about their ability to implement the city of Cape Town? So I think that in terms of what we have to do, we are clear. We have an implementation plan. We know about our implementation plan, and we will come report to our people through this parliament and taking it to every corner and every rural area of this province, which you hasten to do. And Honourable Van Vuuren, once again, you are instructing us to remain limited in our thinking. Are you saying that a black person cannot fly a plane? Why continue to limit us, Honourable Van Vuuren? It is the posture of individuals who make these statements on indoctrined ideology and stereotypes. As a province and within the ANC-led government, we saw a black, youthful woman become a pilot in Botshabelo. It is this ANC government where we will have women pilots who are flying fighter jets alongside the president's jet. It is the ANC government who is empowering our young women in South Africa. So, Honourable Van Vuuren, I think your campaign today to vote for a specific party has failed, and you could tell by the response of this audience that it has failed. Thank you, Honourable Vusi Musi William Chabalala, on your issues on our budget to empower the economy and Free Staters as a whole, women at large. Honourable Mutsidisi Agnes Kaloy, your support towards empowering women, and women represent more than half of the provincial population. The research proves that women play a positive role towards increasing GDP, but it also reminds me of a Georgina Taibos, who was arrested for not submitting to patriarchy, because this is what we are supposed to do, submit to patriarchy, like it is expected from us here today. But it is her, Georgina Taibos, that stood firm against oppression. And it is Vryhoek in Bloemfontein, it is Winburg, it is the jail in Kroonstad, it is the jail in Jagersfontein that remains in the history books of our struggle as black women in this province. Don't go far, ladies and gentlemen. We will talk about that and continue to talk about it as we hand the baton over as young women to the future women leaders of this province. Honourable MEC Kathleen Dibulelo Mahlatsi, aka Dibulelo Manje, Indeed, Honourable MEC, you've acknowledged the global challenges. It is clear, and you are very smart in the way you articulated that. But you're correct, MEC. We have to do what is best with the little budget that we have. We have to provide more impetus on youth within our province, within our department. We will support your department on CSD and tax training. And Honourable MEC, your knowledge and passion for knowledge-based informed decision-making is valued. And your role as the economic political chairperson will come in as many of our decisions that we make in these budgets will seek your endorsement across our executive decision-making process to ensure that we implement and report to this people. Thank you, MEC Ngangisa, our Chief Whip. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for supporting this budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Khadija Brown. The reply by the MEC concludes the debate on vote 4, Free State Provincial Treasury. Honorable members, may we proceed to motion 3. The Secretary shall read motion 3.
That the second reading debate on appropriation bill number 2 of 2023 be continued with vote 1, office of the Premier.
The vote before the House is vote 1. Premier, the Honorable Premier, Mr. Dukwana, you may address the House.
Honourable Speaker of the Legislature, Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the Legislature and Executive Council, mayors, executive mayors, and speakers of municipalities. Specifically, allow me, Deputy Speaker, to mention the Honorable Speaker, Mayor of the District, Mayor Ndakumbani, the Mayor of the Executive Mayor of Machabeng, and Mbevu Kalipa, also the Speaker of Machabeng, who also happens to be the Salga President, Ubabu Charles Stofile. Let me take this opportunity to recognize all members that are here, especially the leaders of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, Ubabu Pesane, Usbongile Pesane, who happens to be the NEC member, the NWC member, and also a leader in office presidency. The leaders that are here, Ubabu Toki, Ubabu Rit, and all others. The leader, Women's League Okoyo, coordinator, Umamun Nolita Ndungani, Maibuye, Dingafa Kangabizanga, Umaibuye. Ndibulise futhi, the leader, Yenkokeli ezakudala, those who dared the apartheid at the time, and now Siti Ubaba Upizana Ngesi, or leader, abekudala bevalelwe ngexesha detainees, political detainees, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, leaders of civil society organization, faith-based organization, business community, Ubabudai Bosch and others, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Speaker, it is my singular honor that I have been granted this opportunity to present my first budget vote speech as Free State Premier. I present this budget vote owed by the confidence of our people that they have demonstrated to us that we can serve them at this level of government. This year marks exactly 33 years since the release of Nelson Mandela, the founding father of our democracy. Nelson Mandela emerged from prison after 25 years in jail to remind us of the African spirit of Ubuntu. The 27th of April this year mark the 29th anniversary of South Africa's democratic elections. We are inspired by the mandate given to us by our voters to transform our society, this unjust society, and overcome all obstacles and achieve the vision of a united, free, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous free state in which the human of every citizen is upheld. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote is an important event after the State of the Province address, where we take the people of our province into confidence about how we plan to utilize public resources pursuant to our mandate of building a better life for all. It gives us an opportunity to outline our planned priorities for the year ahead and solicit the blessings of the Free State community in whose interest our government is enjoined to act. The book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 14 says, and I quote, "Where there is no guidance, a people falls, but in an abundance of counselors, there is safety," unquote. This biblical injunction reminds us all that we must always seek counsel from the people whose electoral support put us into these positions of responsibility that we hold in government today. By far, this injunction coincides exactly with the old Sotho adage, "Ntjapedi ha e hlolwe ke sebata." Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I would like to dedicate this budget vote to the memory of the late Sipho Motsi from Kutlwanong, and also to many men and women, sons and daughters of this province, who actually did, as I said, the apartheid and responded to the call by the then President Oliver Tambo to make South Africa ungovernable. Amatela for the Young Lions. Mr. Mutsi, or Comrade Mutsi, was brutally assaulted by the apartheid police at the age of 17 years, as a result of which he suffered brain damage, which took his life later on the 5th of May 1985. He belonged to the courageous, selfless, and bullet-betting generation who made the ultimate sacrifice for us to enjoy the freedoms that made it possible for this gathering to be here as we are sitting today. The ANC and indeed the people of our province appreciate the role he played towards the realization of a free South Africa, wherein all forms of oppressions are a distant memory. I would also like to summon the undying spirit of the former Premier Beatrice Marshoff, the former Education MEC Tate Mahwe, the former Mayor Ngangelizwe Sebenzile, all who passed on March and April respectively this year. We have no doubt that their love for the people of our province will guide our efforts towards realizing a truly prosperous province. The birth of democracy signaled the end of one era and the beginning of another. The ravages of racism and exclusion were fading. This was the moment of reawakening, and the tide of history was turning. As the evil that was apartheid was crumbling, our story of courage was unfolding. We set ourselves on a path of democracy based on constitutionalism and equality. Nearly 3 decades later, these daring commitments still remain dear to our democratic journey. Today, we are a democracy founded on the values and principle of equality, human rights, non-racialism, and sexism, non-sexism. These are the values we ought to live by and tirelessly defend. Today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will certainly be better than today. Our people have access to running water, electricity, dignified housing, free education, and access to professional jobs, which were previously a preserve of the few. And we acknowledge that there are mistakes, there are challenges that we must deal with, and we must deal with these effectively and make sure that we give our people, all of them, these benefits. Despite these successes, the road ahead is still filled with challenges. Unemployment, poverty, and inequality continue to mar our achievements. Yesterday, the mayors, the two mayors, the district mayor, as well as the executive mayor of the municipality, the chief whip, and members of the executive council of the province met with international students who are unemployed. And whilst we wanted to really engage with all these issues, what disturbed us mostly was that we had a hall full of young people with skills and armed with all knowledge, but they were unemployed. We need to change this. We need to change this situation in the province, and all of us must actually be working in our sleep and making sure that we do everything in our power to turn this situation around. And of course, we cannot lie to any of these young people and tell them that we will appoint them all. We will not do that, but we will actually create an environment that is conducive for them to realize their best lives. And this is what we're going to do as a province. And I will outline later some of the issues that we would like to do to really create a situation that is conducive for growth, for development, and for these young ones to realize their potential. The other group that we met was the creative arts people, the sector, and they articulated clearly what they've gone through, what they are going through, and their sufferings. And we made a commitment to have a summit that will deal with these issues and start a process that will see this creative sector realizing its full potential in the province. As a country, we cannot ignore the quality of our creative arts, the quality of what God has given to many of our children and many of our young people. We must use that to also open doors for other opportunities in terms of development. If you kill creative arts, you destroy innovation, and this province needs innovative processes to solve some of the challenges that we have. Like episodes in our historic moment, we will never allow challenges to define our circumstances or extinguish our ability to dream. Instead, they should inspire us to imagine our province anew. Banabesu, we have gone lower. We have gone bad. We have done things that are wrong. We have gone, the province has seen the worst. And this is the only chance that is there for us, is to go up. The only opportunity we have now, we can't go beyond what we have. We can't go lower than what we are now. The only opportunity that is there for us as the province is to rise, and this phoenix will rise. This province will become the heartbeat of South Africa, and this province will demonstrate that it was a sleeping giant and that it needed to be awoken for South Africa to realize its full potential. This is the province that borders 6 other provinces plus Lesotho. And we've got to do everything to ensure that this province gives life to South Africa. From the banks of the Orange and Vaal rivers, the majestic Drakensberg mountain range, and the silence of the Karib plains, ours is a mandate to deliver and deliver now. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on focusing on what we need to deliver, when we deliver and how we deliver, is a strategic leadership function of the Office of the Premier. This office is the nerve center of the province, of the provincial government, and without the center, things will fall apart. So the center must and will hold. The Office of the Premier has a mandate of directing the integrated planning, coordination, governance, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation for the Free State provincial government. The performance of this function locates service delivery right in the Office of the Premier. It is only when the center is unwavering, purposeful, value-driven, and visionary that it will lead the province towards good governance and improved service delivery. And in this regard, we are required to reinvent the future, and this is something we cannot give on. We will ensure that we deliver on this challenge. We need to challenge the status quo. Re keke ra etsa dintho jwalo ka kgale ntse re di etsa. Re keke ra dula ntse re etsa dintho jwalo ka ho ntso e etsahala. We need to change. We need to embrace novelty and promote experimentation. We need to throw away the box that impedes our thinking and dwarfs our march towards innovation. This is how we will move mountains and circumvent conformity with old ways. We need to reimagine the Free State as the artery and spine of the South African economy. For far too long, we have been preoccupied with competing with the other provinces. This ignores our role to harness the specific location benefit as well as the economic opportunities in various spheres of the economy. As we reimagine the Free State, we are bound to deliver shared and inclusive growth across districts which are poised for growth and development because of our strategic location. The Free State offers South Africa a unique selling value proposition. The Free State shares borders, as I said, with 6 other provinces and the Mountain Kingdom of Lesotho. 5 major national highways intersect the centrally located province, which is also well served by rail and air links. The Orange and Vaal rivers define the southern, western, and northern borders of the Free State. The entry is South Africa's busiest road, and the highway junction truck stop at the entrance to Harrismith claims to be Africa's biggest. More than 1,500 vehicles pass through every day. This country's 2 great highways pass through the province. The entry links the ports of Richards Bay and Durban with the industrial heartland, and the N1 provides north-south connectivity. 3 other national highways intersect the province, which is also well served by rail and air links. The Free State produces significant proportions of South Africa's wheat, 30%, sunflowers 45%, and maize 45%. Links to the west, Kimberley and Namibia, and east, Lesotho, underpin the planning behind the N8 corridor concept, which covers Bloemfontein, Botshabelo, and Tabanchu. Our districts are not only diverse, but each boasts a veritable host of unique economic opportunities. Firstly, Dabi is an important agricultural production area, plus also our manufacturing, and we will be announcing very soon the development of one of the biggest innovation that is to come in South Africa, working with the government of Gauteng. We will make that announcement when the time arrives. The Legislature district boasts goldfields and agriculture potential, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We must not make a mistake we did with the gold that we have and many others. With the discovery of helium and gas in this area, we must change this area. It must become the gas hub, the helium hub of South Africa. Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality is the trade and administrative hub of the province. Thabo Mofusanyana district is an unrivaled tourism destination. Garib district boasts farming and many other opportunities we will be announcing very soon, working with other countries. Most districts now offer exceptional possibilities for mining, with different mineral deposits being discovered daily. Another area that must never escape our sight is opportunities that could flow from revitalization of old mining towns in the province. Sorry. Honorable Speaker, the last time it was the Deputy Speaker. Democracy can only thrive when we are effective, transparent, and accountable to the people. After all, we serve at the behest of the people. We are guardians of their dreams and messengers of their voices and their hopes. Ensuring effective and efficient government, seamless government and resource allocation and management is the function of Program 1. In overseeing the performance of the provincial government, the Director General will drive integrated planning, coordination, implementation, and monitoring of government projects and programs. Beyond ensuring functional and coherent government delivery machinery, this role includes serving as Secretary to the Executive Council. This responsibility appreciates the value of mutually reinforcing policy objectives and desired outcomes between the 3 spheres of government as a precondition for successful integrated service delivery. Moving forward, we will improve efforts to enhance institutional relationships to create synergy built on integration, coordination, and partnership. This will lessen policy incompatibilities and fragmentation. Engagement with structures such as the President's Coordinating Council, Premier's Coordinating Forum, and Forum of South African Director General, and Medium for Policy Dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration in support of our priorities will be regularized. External structures will also be engaged to serve as a bridge between government and the public in enhancing common vision and action. This requires the provision of effective technical, administrative, and advisory support to the Premier and the Executive Council. To effectively execute this function, more attention will be given to the measures that ensures increased flexibility, are results-oriented, and improve service quality through the use, of new technologies. The medium-term strategy framework priorities and Executive Council Mahota resolutions will continue to shape every aspect of the work of our clusters to drive integrated alignment and implementation. This year, our clusters will be revisited to mirror government structures, structural arrangement, and priorities. Focus will be on the functionality to foster integrated planning and accountability between the 3 spheres. Honorable Speaker, the corruption that characterized many years of state capture sought to reverse the gains we have made as a province. It overshadowed our capacity to do good and created a spiritual, moral, and ethical dilemma for our people. Re a tseba le hore Vandaga ho nona le case yane e dilang ka dintho tsa di-asbestos, and we will make sure that justice for batho bano le tjhelete e sa sebediswang ka tsela e tlamehile e sebediswe ka teng. Justice ya prevaila ya phethahala. Tsena ke diphephetso tseo rona kaofela re tlameileng ho di toba, mme re di hlole ka nako tsohle. We draw courage and lessons from Mutata Matiba that the human spirit cannot be defeated by evil. These are the trying times of austerity measures. Doing more with less will now be the new normal, not only this year, but year after year. Every rand we spend will count. Reallocation of funds to more pressing needs will be prioritized. Sound financial management will be the norm. We reiterate our intention to obtain an unqualified audit opinion as our commitment to sound financial management. Days of financial wastage, excess, and transgressions are over. We remain thankful for the support of the Auditor General in assisting the department to achieve this. We are now implementing the audit action plans in our quest for an unqualified audit opinion. The Center will lead by example. Our people deserve no less than this. Besides accountability, financial management is also about the fight against malfeasance and corruption in government. Corruption is not a victimless crime. It defers hopes and dreams of our people. It erodes trust and confidence in the provincial government. Corruption is not, it cannot take, it takes away from the poor all the time. The people of our province loathe corruption. Most of them always say, Ntate Premier, re ka etsa jwang hore re fedise mathata ane re kopane le ona. Re isa neneng batho bana ditronko. Jwale re tlameile ho phetha ho etsa bonnete batho ba rona ba batla ho bona batho bana ba senyang ba sa fuwe maemo a maholo ha ba sentse ba sa tloswe masepaleng ba iswa masepaleng o mong ba sa tloswe provinceng department ba iswa departmenteng e nngwe ha ba sentse ba tlameile ba tloswe ba tlameile ba lelekiswe ba tlameile ba qoswe re ke ra dula le batho ba sa ikemisetsang ho sebeletsa setjhaba re ke ra dula le batho ba sebeletsang mmuso empa ka mona ba ikentse bo rakgwebo ha o batla ho ba rakgwebo ya kgwebo ga o batla ho sebeletsa mmuso e ba mmuso re tlameile ho etsa bonnete ba hore di public servants tsa rona di a tseba role ya bona ko serva setjhaba e mong le mong ya kenang public service o tlameile ho tseba hore o ke wa ba morui o sebeletsa setjhaba mme ha o batla ho ba morui tsa monka di chance tsa monka kaofela tse nkuang ke batho ba kgwebo banka di risk tsa monka di risk se ka dula o khola o sa nke risk ka mona o bontso etsa competition le batho bankan risk ba sa tsebe hore tjhelete ya bona ya mogolo e tla tla nene obane re etsa ntho tsena le rona re destroya di business ha re tlamelo ba patala ka nako be re sa ba patale be ntse re kopa ditie le lona bo rakgwebo fedisang o ba batho ba ratang ho etsetsa ba bang di favor ka ho ba fa ditie ba khola batho bana ha ona tie o tlamehile motho a ifumane a sebeletsa mmuso ha ithekele tie ya hae.
Members of the public, please let us not.
The reason we are here in the province is because of the corruption which was normalized. We cannot allow this to go any further. As I said, we have reached our lowest. We cannot reach any lower. We cannot go any lower than this. You can hear that these people see the Free State as their heritage and are willing to guard it. Here and now we pledge that there shall be zero tolerance for acts of malfeasance and corruption. Neither shall cover-ups be permitted. No one will be spared in this fight. This is not just rhetoric. Our government has started cleaning the road. As we deliver this budget vote today, architects of state capture in our province are appearing before courts to answer for the sins they committed against the people of the Free State. Those who siphon public resources meant to eradicate asbestos roofs, whose toxicity kill our people on a daily basis, believe themselves to be too powerful that they never envisage that a day such as this will come when they will have to answer for their heinous crimes. Those who aided their looting jamboree and are still in government must know we are coming for them. The paupers shall dance. The vetting of all senior managers and officials responsible for financial management by the South African Security Agency is underway. This will instill professionalism, trust and integrity in those entrusted with the responsibility of managing public funds in government. We also know that if left unchecked, conflict of interest is another enabler of corruption. The department is working closely with the Public Service Commission to ensure that there is maximum compliance with financial disclosure framework. Most importantly, lifestyle audits are now compulsory for public servants, and government officials are barred from doing business with the state. We will maintain the highest standard of ethical conduct and integrity. Some of the reported cases of corruption and maladministration are now serving before the courts, and others are under investigation. Honorable Speaker, this year we will bolster the provincial government security measures through implementation of innovative ways. Access control system will be installed, CCTV cameras upgraded and expanded, X-ray technology used, custom software developed, and drone technology piloted to improve physical and cyber security. Institutional risks that may hamper the attainment of our priorities are mitigated as part of our early warning risk management processes. Every year, risks are identified and risk management plan and strategies are implemented with the assistance of the Risk Management Committee. Oversight of financial reporting, internal control audits, risk management, ethics disclosures, and fraud prevention will continue to remain the responsibility of our independent shared audit committee. To successfully fulfill this responsibility, Program 1 has been allocated a total budget of 108 million for the 2023-24 financial year. Honorable Speaker, developmental state will remain a distant dream without the necessary capacity. In fact, unending service delivery protest, maladministration, and socio-economic maladies are the end products of lack of capacity. The role of Program 2 is to build the necessary institutional capacity to ensure effective, efficient, responsive, trustworthy, and accountable government. This is about creating and supporting the environment, institutions, and processes which are important for the growth and development of our province. It is only through skills development that we will be able to address challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And our investment in education is our commitment to break down the barriers of growth, to growth, development, and opportunities. To show how serious we are about education, the Free State Training and Development Institute have provided training to 2,000 officials on 119 courses, and 37 part-time bursaries were awarded to officials. Partnerships are also an important source of our education investment. Of the 50 officials enrolled for the National Diploma in Public Administration, 29 officials have obtained their qualifications through the recognition of prior learning program funded by PSETA. We work with the National School of Government to promote training to 165 interns and 350 officials on various financial and leadership programs that include citizen-centered service delivery, supply chain management, and program and project management. Currently, 115 officials have been enrolled for National Diploma in Public Administration NQF Level 6. Further, 20 officials will be registered for the Advanced Diploma in Public Administration NQ Level 7. Honorable Speaker, our bursary program continues to unlock the doors of learning for many young people to learn, grow, and thrive. This is what we are about. Internationally, we have 20 bursaries holders in universities in Portugal and 2 universities in Turkey. Locally, we are supporting 570 bursaries in institutions of higher learning. We also mobilized over 76 million from the Manufacturing, Engineering, and Related Service SETA, MERSITA, to settle the debt of 1,500 students at local TVET colleges and universities. All these initiatives form part of our contribution to the National Skills Development Plan that seeks to ensure availability of adequate and appropriate skills that contribute to our growth and development. Embedded in the National Skills Development Plan is our human resource development strategy meant to develop institutional synergies and ignite a culture of lifelong learning in government. In our last financial year, the 50-50 gender parity outcomes at senior management levels and the overall 53% of women empowerment in the department were achieved. This is a demonstration of our resolve to protect and empower women. Indeed, no walls of gender inequality will endure under our watch. Honorable Speaker, knowing that the future belongs to the youth, efforts to make the public service an employer of choice for young people continue. As of March 2023, 17% of the total workforce in the department is youth. We must improve on this. Last year, we undertook an extensive review of organizational structure to reposition the department as the effective, efficient, and excellent center of government. Necessary consultation processes are underway to finalize and implement the reconfigured structure. Functions and skills will be aligned. Professionalism and ethical conduct will be instilled. Officials will be motivated and a fulfilling organizational culture created. And this will be done in consultation with all involved. We are assisting all departments to repurpose their structures to ensure that we are a service delivery, purpose-led provincial government. Honorable Speaker, we fully embrace the new technologies and innovations as part of the enduring fourth industrial revolution wave sweeping across the globe. We'll explore the creation of a shared ICT services and infrastructure to maximize the use of technologies to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Alongside this, we will roll out the virtual private network, cloud services, and telephony system to optimize resources, processes, operations, and approaches using the transversal projects initiatives. Our legal services provision will entail rendering legal services and advice to the entire Free State provincial government. We have embarked on a 3-year process to review provincial legislation to ensure alignment with policy mandates and relevant norms and standards. We will still support the management of litigations against the provincial government, which include curbing of opportunistic legal claims. Equally, we will strengthen participatory democracy through communication. People deserve to know what their government is doing, and government needs to listen to people's experiences of democracy. That is why we are servants of the people and merchants of their hopes. Information contest in various platforms, such as the content of information in this regard, my apologies, in various platforms such as newsletters, radios, television, and social media will be driven by the needs of the communities. Therefore, a total budget of 293 million has been allocated to Program 2 to meet its institutional development obligation. Honorable Speaker, integrated planning, alignment, and coordination is an appreciation of the fact that common problems require a common approach. Not only is this a prerequisite for the whole of government, service delivery planning, budgeting, and implementation, but also for desired growth and development. Program 3 will align, integrate, and coordinate the activities of the 3 spheres of government and make sure that a compatible and complementary development priority setting, coordination, and implementation takes place. Long-term planning and its inherent benefits to reorder the development scape of the Free State continues to be our utmost priorities. We are reviewing the Free State Growth and Development Strategy, which is embedded in the National Development Plan. This strategy articulates the province's economic, social, and political landscape knitted together in an integrated development web. Given that the strategy is a representation of the governance, of the convergence of views about the current and future development of the province, the review process will include widespread consultation with various social partners. Honorable Speaker, successful realization of objectives of the Free State growth and development strategies, which entail alignment with the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and National Infrastructure Plan, is predicated on the implementation of major infrastructure projects. Our roads, railway bridges, hospitals, and schools will breathe life into our economy and development, as well as growth and the well-being of our citizens. We will turn the Free State into a construction site. Real work has begun in this regard, and a brighter future awaits. The provincial government has now registered 25 major infrastructure projects with an estimated value of 173 billion rands with Infrastructure South Africa as part of the process to develop a viable project pipeline. We will not rest until this pipeline delivers desired outcomes. We eagerly await the implementation of these roads, health, human settlements, water, and renewable energy infrastructure projects. Considering our location and the great potential it holds, we are serious when we say we want to center the Free State as the bustling hub of economic activity, growth, and development for the country. We have set in motion processes with entities that include the Central Energy Fund and Petro SA to explore how Free State can be used as the country's energy generation, logistic and beneficiation hub. We will also host an energy security indaba to explore how we can contribute to the country's energy security, affordability, and stimulate economic growth and create desired jobs. We are strengthening our project and program management life cycle and the technical capacity in the department to oversee integrated provincial coordination of major infrastructure projects. Having multiple expertise in project planning, management, coordination, and reporting, this will propel our infrastructure investment to new heights. Honorable Speaker, implementation of district development model to enhance planning across 3 spheres continues. We have appointed political champions for each district to focus on this critical area for intergovernmental planning, coordination, and monitoring. Using the DDM approach, we will widely consult with social partners to conclude the Free State Social Compact for improved service delivery, economic growth, and development. The Social Compact is our way of saying that we are because of the people. We put their needs and interests first in a framework that deepens the provincial government's cooperation and collaboration with them. Institutions of higher learning are an integral part of the Free State landscape. We will therefore continue to work with these centers of knowledge production and drivers of growth and development. In solidifying our relationships, we will engage in conversation with students and management in this institution to share knowledge on how we can respond to growth and development priorities of the province. Honorable Speaker, in times like this, intergovernmental relations to drive integrated coordination and implementation shaped by common policy trust, shared commitments, and mutual responsibility is important. We will forge policy interlinkages across the 3 spheres through platforms such as the President Coordinating Council, Premiers Coordinating Forum, intergovernmental relations. Kamansuana, let's say na zeding kaofela, re nke monyetla wana o leboha Director General Officing, ke lebohe Office Chief of Staff, Officing ya ka Menono, ke lebohe mosadi wa ka ka tshehetso yohle ya mphang yona ho tsena tsohle, ke lebohe kaofela, ke a leboha.
Honorable members, we proceed to the debates on Premier's presentation of the budget vote, and I will call Honorable MC Lieto to address the House.
Honorable Speaker of the Legislature and your Deputy, the Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council and members of the Legislature, the President of Salga, Councillor Stofile, the former President of Sanko, Ntate Taibosh, Executive Mayors, Councillors and Speakers who are here, Boetapele ba ntlo ya marena, ama khoisane le marena ohle, the Director General, baetapele ba mekgatlo ya dipolotiki haholoholo baetapele ba mokgatlo o nna ke tswang ho ona wa African National Congress, ke hlomphe modulasetulo wa region ena ya Lejweleputswa Comrade Olile Toki, ke hlomphe bomme le bontate ba teng kwano kajeno setjhaba sa Freistata, bana beso dumelang. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to take part in this debate after such an eloquent articulation by the Premier of the plan to restore the livelihoods and inspire hope to the people of the province. Congratulations, Honorable Premier, on your well-delivered maiden budget vote speech, which inspires hope and cultivates a sense of belonging of the Free Stater. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for recognizing heroes and heroines of our struggle. If Jan van Riebeeck did not land in South Africa in 1652, Sipho Mmusi a ka ba ntse a phela. He was brutally killed, and o re hopotsa because you are saying setjhaba se sa tsebeng mo se tswang teng ha se tsebe mo se yang teng ebile se a timela. But you reminded us that as the African National Congress working together with our people, we know where we come from. And as the ANC, we support the Premier's budget vote for 2023-24 financial year. This speech gives a good account of the instruments that will drive the project of renewal of the capacity of the Free State to deliver on the hopes and aspirations of its people. It articulates how well positioned the Free State is in the national geographical landscape, as well as the inherent untapped competitive edge that the Free State naturally possesses. We have been talking about the centrality of the Free State, but we have not taken advantage of it, and we are happy, Premier, that the new sheriff is in the house, and we are going to use our centrality to grow the economy of this province. Your speech reflects the critical milestone of renewal, re-energizing and repurposing the service delivery machinery of government to respond radically, faster, adequately and substantially to the changing landscape of the persistent challenges of unemployment, poverty and inequality that have sought to undermine the gains of our freedom and democracy. The path of renewal is not undoing the good that we have done under the banner of the glorious movement of our people for the past 29 years since the advent of freedom and democracy. It is about looking at the opportunistic elements that has derailed our efforts to change the plight of our people for the better and deliver on the grand promise of a better life. Like you spoke about corruption, because corruption is one of those issues that derail service delivery to our people. And you have articulated very detailed that the African National Congress is not corrupt, but if individuals are corrupt, they must face the might of the law. Each and every person must answer for his or her own sins. The African National Congress did not send anyone to steal money from government. Thank you very much for reminding us, Premier. As I indicated, we shall not be moved by the persistent work of those that seek to unseat us from the levers of power, who are continuously telling us that we have not achieved. Kantswamang ba batla hore re ba ise motlakase mane ba kenye monwana ba tle ba tsebe ho tjha hore ba bone hore ntho eo ke motlakase ANC e tlisitseng ho batho hobane pele ho 1994 batho ba rona ba ne ba sena motlakase. Pele ho 1994 batho ba rona ba ne ba dula mekhukhung. Ke ka hona le ka jeno ANC ha e se haile matloma kana Premier o soka o bona le khowa le dulang ka hara mokhukhu. Ke taba tsa mo re tswang teng, setjhaba se sa tsebeng mo se tswang teng ha se tsebe mo se yang teng. I agree with what the Honorable Premier has already said, that as the end of the 5-year electoral cycle draws to a close, we will still report on the implementation of the 2019-2024 medium-term strategic frameworks. Re tla tlalehela setjhaba sa rona, re tla tsamaya Freistata ena kaofela, re ntse re ba jwetsa hore na hana ke eng e mmuso wa ANC o entseng. Re na le tshepo ya hore Premier ke bona batho ba South Africa ba tla bua hore na re entseng. Re a leboha Premier ka hore rona public participation ke taba ya rona, re sebetsa le batho. Di-colon tse keneng call center ya hao ya 4,389 tse 4,315 tse arabueng di lokisitswe ditaba tse batho ba ne ba bua ka tsona. Ha re tshwane rona Premier le makhanselara ana a DA a sa tsebeng le hore a bitse setjhaba ba tlo ba bolella rona ba etsang. Di-call fela tse keneng ho wena moo di arabuwe. Re leboha haholo Premier ka hore lefapha la hao le entse bonnete ba hore basebeletsi ba mmuso ba ka bang 2035 ba thusitswe ka ditjhelete hore ba ntlafatse tsebo ya bona. Hona jwale re bua ka 4IR, ho bolela hore re tlamehile re dule re ntse re ntlafatsa tsebo ya basebetsi ba mmuso hore ba kgone hore ba etse ditshebeletso di ye setjhabeng ka pele. Re a leboha ka ma-student ana e leng hore Free State e ba file tjhelete ka jeno lena re a tseba hore re na le a 29-year-old Tshwehlisi from Bloemfontein who studied renewable energy in Turkey. It was his birthday yesterday on the 4th of May 2023. He is currently working in the private sector, manufacturing batteries that can last longer, 40 hours during power outrages. Bana ba reng, ha ona ntho e re etsang ka load shedding, re ruta bana ba rona load shedding ha e le siyo, re tlamehile re tse eng. He is currently working in the private sector. Their company supplies renewable energy sources to industries that cannot afford to go without power, such as mines. Mr. Taule also signs approvals of certification of safety of those batteries. Mosebetsi o no etswa fela ke batho ba basweu pele 1994. Ba rona ba fikile se sila the center shall hold. The center will hold because we are going to continue empowering our young people with those skills that we say are technical skills for them to be able to contribute towards the economic growth of this country. An 18-year-old Ntabiseng Majia from Dwars Refir Farm in Harib became part of the Banyana Golden Generation that won the Women Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. This daughter of a farm worker never thought that she would become a great star, but school sports exposed her talent to greater heights. There is more from where there are rare gemstones were cultivated from, and more of their achievements will be showcased in public media spaces. They are products of Langalibalele Dube, Thomas Mapikela, Charlotte Matleke, Lillian Goy, Albert Sisulu, Rahima Musi, Ruth First, Winnie Madikizela, and others. But we honor the only stalwart or heroine that is still alive, Ms. Sophie de Brain. And the Premier dedicated the gender parity of 53% of senior management to these heroines who fought for the emancipation of women. If they did not fight for emancipation of women, today we will not have the 53% parity. We want to say thank you very much, Premier. Honorable Premier, we congratulate you for being consistent in fighting corruption. We are not ashamed as the African National Congress that it is only the ANC that is fighting the corruption. I hope that the opposition, as they speak, they will one day call for an investigation of those who stole land from us, because that's corruption at its best. Thank you for decisive action, for appointing champions of DDM, because cooperation between the three spheres of government is very much important. There is no sphere of government that can be able to succeed working alone, because the people that we serve are the same people. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for that. And we want to tell the people of the Free State that the sheriff, the new sheriff, is in the house. The center is going to hold, and your lives will be changed.
Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Speaker. I decided not to go into the particulars of the Premier's budget because much of what needs to be said has been said before. So yes, corruption may never be normal again, Premier, and that's in your hands. And yes, we still need to see the fruits of the service delivery integrated centres and task teams we are spending 25 million on. The 25 major infrastructure projects, as well as the lifestyle audit and skills audit, at last, we welcome that. But I remember in his speech after being elected, the Premier urged parties to work together. And after the few weeks budget debates, I would argue this province has never been more divided. Let me tell you a story. Just after the Destia debate, I went outside to, breathe, and a young black man came to me and he said, I want some guidance. He's got a a glass manufacturing business and he wants to improve and expand. And I listened to him.
Honorable Klute, tell the story through the speaker. In terms of the rules, you address the presiding officer.
And as I listened to him, I decided to give Honorable Meku's number to him because he should work with that. And while I was looking for the number, he said to me, you know what? These people speak about apartheid. What they don't get is that we need each other. We need each other. That's how the province will rise, Honourable Premier, through you, Speaker. And with all the constant racial remarks, racial blame, racial divisions that were sowed on this podium the past weeks, that young man could articulate better what any of the Premier's MECs and the rest of the ANC could. We need each other. Premier and Honourable Letu, racial discourse fires the attacks and murders of farmers like we saw the past week not far from here. Om die waarheid te sê, wanneer die Vryheidsfront Plus praat oor swart ekonomiese bemagtiging, het ek elke keer gesê, SEB bemagtig nie swart mense nie, net sekeres word ryk. Maar die premier verdedig dit. Hy gaan sover om te sê, of om het vergelyk met die arm blanke vraagstuk. Premier, two wrongs do not make a right. You can't argue race-based policies are wrong and then defend your own race-based policy. That's reinventing the wheel. Don't let the call for parties to work together be mere lip service. The fact is, that young man I spoke about knew more about what's needed to save this province than the ANC does. Ultimately, Free Staters, black and white, just want the Free State to work. And we're going to need each other for that, Premier. Thank you very much.
Honorable MEC Litsuha Matai.
Honour Speaker, Honour Premier, Deputy Speaker, members of the Legislature, mayors, speakers present here, Salga, our NEC member, Comrade Besani, ANC leadership from the province to the regions, ANC Women's League, our Youth League and Alliance, our guests and community of the Free State and Legislature. I greet you all. Honourable Speaker, let me first raise, as I respond to Ntate Klute, I will emphasize our working together. That working together, ke bona a isa ka lehlakore la African National Congress. Ne ke kopa hore ha ebe batla working together, re na le letsema re tswa mona ba santsa le go joina matseng e re na le lona ba lo sebetsa le gona teng. Re lo testa this working together. Ha re sebeletsa batho ba bona ho hlwekisa metsi a rona. So I'm inviting you to join us on the programs of Letseng. Honourable Speaker, the 1994 democratic breakthrough provided an opportunity of combining the state power and the mass power to serve the interests of the people irrespective of class, color, and gender. As a country, we find ourselves on the journey that necessitates us to take a moment to awaken our forebears' warrior spirit that paved the way for centuries for a just struggle. We remain committed to build a society that is non-sexist, non-racial, united, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. The current government has set out plans to create high-quality public service. As indicated in your program 2 on our Premier, which explicitly gives indicators on how effective, efficient, and responsive and accountable government should be achieved. In delivering state services to the public, good governance adoptions will advance human dignity and will enable services to be accessible by all, in particular majority of our people who were denied quality service by the old establishment. In efforts making public service a career of choice, your office, Honourable Premier, has done well
through Free State Training and Development Institute by providing training and bursary awarding to the officials to enhance their skills. This is done with the intention to attract highly skilled people and cultivating a sense of professionalism and aiming to achieve our developmental goals. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, e re ka nanele ke theoletse mosebetsi o babatsehang o wentsweng ke tonakgolo ya Freistata ha na bokanya bana mane Vista University ba neng ba sa kgone ho patala dikoloto tsa bona di university tse fapaneng, mme yena ka kopanelo kapa hona network le Mersita a fa bana bano a ba patalla dikoloto, empa letsatsing lena bona batho bana ba batlang re sebetse mmoho ha ba soka ba ema ba etsa statement ba re premier pele ya pele bana ba thotseng thuso eo ha se ba bona ke bana ba rona ba ileng hore ba dikobo di mahetleng, so ho bona ha e re next ntho e entseng eo. Empa rona African National Congress re rotswele pele no network e seng ka utlisa di investment tsa tšhelete fela, but seo se entseng o investile future ya this country hobane bana ba tlo thola di results tsa bona hona jwale. Mme yona kantoro ena ha e boetse e tlo etsa menyetla e meng hape ka kopanelo le mafapha a mang ho hlabolla le ntshetsa batjha pele ho ba le mananeo a dithupello tse fapaneng hobane o so entse tumelano le Mersita, mme le teng re re pele ya pele hobane re tlo ntsha di-artisans, re tlo ntsha bana ba bangata ba eleng hore ha ba batle ho ya dikolong tse ding ba batla ho etsa mesebetsi ya matsoho ka yona program ene o sengwe qadile premier. Ga leboha haholo premier ka mosebetsi wa hao o motle hobane o bontsha lerato la ho batjha, mme ke batla ho hopotsa fela hore premier ka nako o no bewa mona batho ba la ba didietse, mme medidietsane eo ya bona ke hona ba tla etsa ka mora mosebetsi ono moholo o seng o entse. The tabling of the budget by Premier Mxolisi Dukwana, it is once more a confirmation that the people of Free State have hope and confidence that the ANC-led government continues to carry their priorities and interests. The ANC-led government is a government by the people for the people. Therefore, we welcome the establishment of the citizen-based monitoring forum that is aimed at including the Free State people to partake in service delivery monitoring. We welcome the commitment and determination by the Office of the Premier in resolving service delivery issues. Therefore, we affirm our support to the establishing of integrated service delivery centers and the service delivery technical team that will be concluded this year, Honourable Speaker. We'll play our part as the ANC and as a province towards building a merit-based public service system, which will make appointments in the public service solely based on competence and ethical disposition, in accordance with the National Development Plan. Additionally, Honourable Speaker, our partnership with National School of Government will ensure that the training given to officials help in solving complex service delivery problems. Honourable members, Honourable Speaker, we must insist on suitably qualified individuals within provincial government, employing competent, resourceful, proficient, and professional men and women will aid negative findings by Auditor General. Madam Speaker, waswabisa nakong hore ebe re na le batho ba eleng hore ha Auditor General a hlahisitse maikutlo ebe ha ba thusi hore ba arabe dipotso hore na potso e negative kapa e jwang pa ba arabe ke bona ba etsa ho bonte bo metluote ka mona ba nne ba re lwantshe. Empa o re file tshepo Honourable Premier hore o tlo monitora hore tlo sebetsa ka thata hore tsena tsohle di arabelehe within the time frames tse kopuweng. Madam Speaker, building a capable state requires personnel which is competent and trustworthy. Our people are looking for a capable and accountable government, a government that is responsive to their needs. We can no longer afford any excuses. When our people are pouring into the streets demanding services, government of the people by the people must unashamedly expose and reject those who are incompetent and lazy, who care less about the cries and pleas of our people. Honourable Premier, it is pleasing to hear people of the Free State will be encouraged in their communities to be active citizens when policy formulation takes place and express their position on issues of importance to them. As you rightly said, people deserve to know what their government is doing, and government needs to listen to people's experiences of democracy. This is an affirmation that human rights values, good governance, restructurings of democratic institutions create ways for the public to participate in policy making, either through formal institutions or informal consultations. This also creates mechanisms for the inclusion of multiple social groups in decision-making processes. Honorable Speaker, let me express your sentiments, Premier, and concur with you that Free State Provincial Government has to be positioned into a different trajectory. It is my firm belief that the people of Free State deserve a working government. It is for this reason I say you dare not fail in your mission, Premier, to lead your people in a promised land. A better life for all should not just be a slogan, but a reality that our people can derive comfort and appreciation. One of our fundamental tasks is to push back the frontiers of maladministration and corruption. For us to uplift the living conditions of all the people of Free State, we have to intervene decisively. We must disrupt the system that delays the service to our people. Honourable Speaker, Free State has a potential to turn things around. As we turn things around under the stewardship and guidance of Honourable Premier Mxolisi Dukwana, we'll need undivided support from the people of the Free State. Success and prosperity will never be delivered on the silver plate. All those who have made it in life can narrate their difficult stories on how they've been able to build their wealth. For us to build a sound and a strong province, tough decisions must be negotiated. Honourable Premier, the people of the province have entrusted you with a tough responsibility to hold their hands and dig them out of a dark pit of poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment. On the other hand, I want to argue that even though things may look tough, my belief and conviction is that with all the willing hearts and minds, there are no problems that are insurmountable. Honourable Premier, you have inherited an administration which has a plethora of challenges. When you were inaugurated as a Premier of Free State, ho la ba le medidietsane le thabo ka hara Freistad, mme ke tshepa hore medidietsane eno o e mametse Premier wa rona hobane medidietsane eno e laetswa ke bomme ba neng ba bina ba re free at last Freistad. Mme ke batla ke thabela le tsela ya hore ka moo ba utlwileng ka teng ha o kopana le rona ka mehla o re lwantshetsa taba ya hore re tlo empower kapa re tlo hodisa bomme jang e seng fela di-positioneng tsa tshebetso le dikgwebong. Mme Premier ke kopa ho jwetsa hore maobane ke ne ke kopane le borakontraka ke ne ke le maswabi hampe o fumana hore ka hara batho neng ba tlile mo ha ke a kopana le le mme a le mong a fuwe mosebetsi government ena wa contractor. Mme ke re wena le tlo tjhentjha lebidi Premier ke kopa tshehetso ya hao. Let me borrow from one of the adages which says, tough times never last, but tough people do. Close quote. Sometimes your leadership is going to be tested, Premier, and questioned at the same time, but by some officials and those that you have given responsibility. Do not be intimidated and shaken by them. Stand firm and demand accountability, Premier, from all of us, without any fear or favor. I plead with you to be tough on corruption and incompetent officials. Our people have generously patient with our government, have been generously patient with our government. All what they're asking for is delivery of service in their communities. Honourable Premier, the district development model is one of the planning strategies that have been adopted by the government, which aim to promote well-coordinated operational plans between the three spheres of government. Its objective is to promote harmonized relations and cooperation, to have one aligned planning when it comes to delivery of service to the people. Those crucial ones such as budgeting and spending of the priorities, on the priorities services. As we know that the three spheres of government are interrelated and interdependent, the district model therefore seeks to strengthen this cause. This is to champion the service of delivery as the different levels of government work together in delivering those services. The appointments of political champions seeks to address this. But remember, Premier, when you believe in yourself, the people of the Free State will believe in you. Teamwork Premier, coming together is the beginning, but keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Make it back au sia ka mantswe ana pele o ba le quota holo di politicking or hona le pesale 23 hona le Exodus 15 verse 26 27 mekali ke khola sa ngola Psalm 118 and 17 verse 17 ke kopa ba ngola, those who are waiting to see your fall shall be disappointed in Jesus' name. Every tongue that is lifted to condemn you will go dumb. Every evil eye that is monitoring you for evil, it will go blind. I therefore support this budget, and as the ANC, Kuba Premier, we are behind you. Drive, and then we support it. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Mukwena, thank you.
Madam Speaker, Premier, honorable members of the Legislature, our distinguished guests, Dumela. Madam Speaker, the South African problem is the problem of the majority, not the minority. It's a majority whose history is laced with humanization that ripped their dignity as a people. It's a history that condemned them to the most horrifying and brutal conditions a human being should never be put in. Naturally, our people fought back and eventually won their freedom. Upon attaining their freedom, we started to build a new reality for a black person in South Africa. For us, a dream is for a democratic government to continue building better reality as compared to apartheid. This is for the better communities for humans to live in. This meant electricity, running water, street light, community clinics, hospitals, police stations, tarred roads, equal access to pensions, access to universities and proper publishing facilities, residential and farmland. We lived in squalor, Madam Zille and her people, with zero basic amenities, and on the contrary, the resources of the country were being used to build a small white country for the minority, while the majority had no services at all. The economy and the major infrastructure such as roads, ESCOM, rail, sewage were never built for the millions of Africans, but served the few. In fact, we need to remind our friends, as they talk about load shedding, that they need to consult their own history books that they wrote about the crisis of power supply and load reduction of 1948 and 1953, the same severe power shortages and load shedding of 1948 and 1953. In fact, the first one was 1948 to 1975, and as well as the national rollout program and the targets we achieved as the ANC from 1994 to 2014. It is important for them to go and consult this history so that they can understand however to use the little to achieve for the majority. The democratic state inherited a country with a distorted and a broken foundations designed to serve the few, whilst the majority, who also lived in the same country, had nothing. This meant that the resources built for 5.1 million whites now had to be used and shared for all 43.2 million people in 1994. We're simply correcting the facts here and reminding you. To correct this, we had to tamper with the comfort of the few in the interest of the majority. Premier, I agree that today is better than yesterday and tomorrow will even be better than today. Premier, a lived experience for Mutuemotsu is better than yesterday, and for this, I say thank you to the ANC that you lead. Despite many challenges, some mistakes committed. For us as black people, our lives have changed for the better. The Free State as you know it today is completely different and changed from what it was in 1994. Bophelo ba motho o motho bo changile. To achieve this, we had to change the country's developmental framework from a minority towards a developmental framework for the majority. The price for this was to slow the progress for the white leafy suburbs in order to leave the township, something that our opposition will never comprehend. The pressure to uplift the conditions of the majority placed tremendous strain on both the resources and the existing infrastructure the country had then. With the resources and infrastructure built for a mere 5 million privileged then, we had to cover additional 37 million excluded blacks. Madam Speaker, we have made progress for the majority, and indeed a black person has a dignity today compared to where we come from. The march to build a new inclusive society is not easy, and in our case, has been met with resistance that seeks to undermine, change, and still preserve the apartheid reality. Bahanya Pezi, le batlatlapi ba ngwana Tharientsho, ba leka makiti ohle ho le qhekanyetsa, le ho iketsa bahale ba ntshetsopele ya rona empa ba tseba hore ke makitolo a kgahlano le tokoloho ya tjhaba se setsho. They stand here and tell you that the ANC has failed. Bona, they have a promised land in the Republic of Western Cape. This is the Western Cape that Zille said to black Africans that they are migrants when they came from the Eastern Cape to the Western Cape. That is their promised land that they're telling about. They shout out loud and say, vote ANC out of power. Rona DA will deliver paradise for you. Every day they stand here to tell us about the DA paradise. Well, let's debunk that myth. They tried Swart Kafar that mobilized white communities to vote for them in defense of white privilege, and this was led by Zille herself. They were defeated. They tried their still boy man, whom they hope will hoodwink Africans into believing they have changed, but our people rejected them. They dumped him and brought back the madam from retirement to re-entrench the racist DA of yesteryears, because DA trusts no one. Even the fellow they hope will be president next year, DA Zille does not trust. That is why she's there to babysit him. They also tried Mr. Dipem, Hemen Mashab, whom they thought will confuse our people to vote for him, and then went inside, hand the power over to them. When they realized this was not enough, they then co-opted the Red Berets who voted for DA in the metros. They are not here, they're always running away to account for the lies they tell our people. This self-declared vanguard of the people, I'm sure Sankara Martin their recent strategy is now to tell our people that we have destroyed everything and failed to deliver better communities. Let's respond again. In 1994, our people had no electricity. Today they have. Our people, in contrast, our people in the Western Cape are ravaged by Mulawadi Paula, which you don't know, Madam, in Philippe and Langa, in the Republic of Western Cape. Here, our people have electricity. The ESCOM that you refer to, that was meant to supply power for the few, we used it to supply power for the majority. Libuaka load shedding. Litutsi, when you are arresting established white entities, including some multinationals that stole against our people in the constructions of Kusile and Mitupi. We are getting our money back. We are also chasing the raider who ran to Germany. For the mess up he did, ESCOM, including the lies he told about the ANC. If he's telling the truth, he must come and answer and never run away. When kids in college are cramped into temporary structures, your so-called new building techniques, we're building new schools for our kids. When you fight against the NHI, we've built new clinics, here Karamids. When ambulances struggle to reach our people in Langa, we're finishing 2 new clinics here in Tabo. One is in 2010, please go there. In fact, we visited a new clinic with the president last year, here in Tabo. If that is not a better today than yesterday, I don't know then what we're expecting. But baruna badula ka ramatwa ba fuenki muso wa ANC. Ke ka hore ketleng squatter camp tse ngata ka Free State. Cape Town ke mathata bakeng sa tjhaba sa Rantsho. As compared to before, Black child doesn't have to eat from a dustbin and a dumping site as the Democratic State is providing for the most vulnerable. Utlwa fela re aile matlo, di stadium, di clinic, di tsela ka Rametsi. Re ntse tse ngata tse di ke kenya ba di etsa ka re Cape Town. Ho boima le re dumela re no re di entse la le di bona ka mahlo a lona. Dipalo-palo tsa ngwana motho e motsho a ruteleng ka thuso ya mmuso wa ANC ke tse phahameng. Today, first generations of academics is a concern in many African families. Meneer Van Vuren, what difficult for you to accept that there's a black pilot today that is qualified? Where I come from, there's a black pilot who's qualified and is a member of the ANC. He's a pilot not because of his membership, but because he learned. That's what the African National Congress has done. It's very difficult for you. Many of the shops today in our CBDs are owned by Batubabasu, as bas boy like they were before 1994. Finally, Vanguard Party for the people, but they are always found on the side of those who oppose the people's cause. They always pretend to be true representatives of Batubaruna. One, they established because of their anger against those that they glorified in the ANC. Their formation had nothing to do with genuine grievances of our people. They cry out loud about Palapala. Maramatso a bona tletsi dikgapha le madi a maqheku a VBS ko Limpopo. Metswalle ya bona will never say it. In Ekuruleni, the PE, they support the DA to run municipalities in Tsebatsibaro. Compared to both of them, the ANC was the largest party. They are always on the side of those who are against the people. They lie and promise things that they will never do. In Parliament, they opposed the adoption to pass a bill expropriation without compensation. Yet they say it was they stand for our people. They insult the working class overalls when they live in opulence. They even oppose this budget without this budget, there's nothing we can do. They even lied in Polru. We're waiting to see if they're going to deliver the things they lied about, because that municipality is an ANC municipality. But Baborun, the ANC government has delivered. We've built schools, houses, clinics, created employment, brought dignity to a black person, and changed the country from what it was. We continue to work. Yes, mistakes have been committed, and we are correcting that. We are on the side of the people, and our track record tells that story. The road we are driving on today was not there yesterday, but was built by the ANC. The work we have was created or made possible by the ANC. The school, the college, and university to attend was built or opened or transformed by the ANC. The life you lead, the place where you live, it was built and made possible by the ANC. The water you are drinking, including this side, the toilet you are flushing, was made possible by the ANC. Even the position you occupy as a black manager, that Van Vuren is not really happy about, in business or in any other institution, it was made possible by the organization of Tambo and Mandela. Even the opposition to criticize freely the government was made possible by the democracy we fought for. They will never oppose or criticize the then government before 1994. Our people, be careful not to be deceived by the thieves, oppressors, and liars. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, the opposition stands here and says that we are speaking politics of race or racial politics. Everything a black person does, it is corruption. You become successful, we are corrupt. You become a manager or a pilot at SCA is because it's cadre development, it's not because of your capabilities. Everything you do, they see race and they tell us about the only good thing is in the Western Cape, the mega capital of this country. They will never appreciate or accept anything unless it is white. This is in their genes, it is their politics. We tell this story because we are sick and tired of them of lying. They've got no clue of where we come from, the life of a black person that they live. My grandmother had to be 84 before she could see a flushing toilet. I'm quite sure you were born in your house with a flushing toilet. That's what apartheid did. This country, you destroyed for many years. We are correcting it. You want to come here and pretend as if we can correct what you did in 100 years in a mere period of 28 years. You are wrong, my friends. We are dealing with the issues that we are tirelessly working on to make sure that we do not achieve true liberation. There's no single thing you will appreciate or accept or support that is being done by a black person. You remain a racist organization. In terms of your genes and your politics, you are an organization that will never accept any progress a black person made. In fact, you fail to tell the truth that throughout the world, we are the only organization whose former leaders are taken to task if they are perceived to have committed corruption or crime against the people. Nowhere else except in China and ourselves. We will never accept that thing. You fail to persecute apartheid, corruption, and murder. You have never said anything about it. Your own officials that you deploy SDA, don't lie, have recently been arrested, not because by your effort. The type of country you see is a country for the minority, not for the majority. And as a result, our people must never believe the dream you have, which will never become the truth. The ANC will run this country beyond 2024. And we'll come back and tell you here that what you stand for, it is not what the people of this country stand for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Saki Mokoena. Honorable Roy Jankelson may address the House.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I just want to make a couple of comments. Firstly, I want to thank Honorable MEC Mokoena, through you, Honorable Speaker, for mentioning Pala Pala. It wasn't part of my speech, but it's good that he reminded us of that. Honorable Speaker, I also want to compliment the Premier. He has good taste in ties.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, I'm wearing a blue tie because my bloody blue. I know the Premier is wearing a blue tie because he likes the color, and we will do something about the blue blood, Honorable Premier. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join the Premier.
Honorable Jankelson, can you please pause? I see the hand here. Honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, the name is Mokoena, not Mokoena.
Honorable Jankelson. Honorable Jankelson, continue that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join the Honorable Premier in paying tribute to our former PM Premier who passed away tragically, Beatrice Marshoff. I knew her when I was leader of the opposition and had great respect for her as a Premier. And it was a sad day when she was removed by her party from that position. But I also want to use this opportunity, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to speak about someone else who we also lost, a patriotic citizen of this province, someone who worked in the office of Premier Marshoff. Now, I first met Nobi Ngumbani before 2004, when he approached me and he said, let us go across the province. I have resources from the Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance from the Free State. Let's go across the province and spread political tolerance. Let's teach political parties and organizations about democracy. And with our youthful optimism, that is what we did before 1994. And we were hoping for a better, non-racial, non-sexist society and a better future for all South Africans and the Free State. And we kept in contact, and after the State of the Nation address, when I was traveling back from Parliament, we met at the airport. And during that meeting in 2005, he said to me, I have drafted a report, and this report is very important for this province. And I want you to also ensure that this report is dealt with in the legislature, because already at that time, he knew that if this report could see the light of day, his life might be safer. But unfortunately, on a fateful day on 22 March 2005, while he was watching a film with his family, he went to answer a call from the door, and he was shot cold-bloodedly and murdered in his house. And his family were blamed for it, and they went through literally hell before they were acquitted and found that they weren't involved. And this is a very, very sad story. And I said that we traveled the length and breadth of the province, spreading tolerance and explaining democracy. And Deputy Speaker, As we travel across the Free State, the length and breadth of our province, we see our people still living in informal settlements, many without basic services. We see sewage running through houses, yards, and streets. We hear cries of despair from patients in queues at clinics and hospitals. We have to deal with the thirst of waterless communities. We experience the inconvenience and damage caused by dysfunctional roads, and we cannot miss the growing numbers of jobless people begging at our intersections. This is the real Free State, not the one that politicians paint with verbal budget speech brushes in this House. This is the province and the situation in our province that Nobi Ngubane fought against. And this is what those who murdered him created for our province, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And we will support the Premier's attempts to fight the scourge of corruption and to improve the lives and livelihoods of all the people of the Free State. That at least we have in common, through you, Deputy Speaker, to the Premier. Honourable Deputy Speaker, a successful provincial government that is concerned about the welfare of its people creates an environment for the prosperity of its citizens. Such a government would attempt to be a caring government and use innovative, modern ideas that improve the welfare of its people. A caring and innovative government creates an enabling environment that attracts investment, both local and foreign, that will grow the economy and create jobs and prosperity for its people. The office of the Premier is central in terms of ensuring not only policy direction, but also good services and legislative and financial compliance by all provincial government departments. The words of Dubai leader Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum are relevant in discussions about the role of politicians in government when he says, and I quote, "A politician's job is to make the lives of people easier, to solve crises instead of creating them, and to build achievements instead of destroying them." He went on to say, and I quote again, "There is only one measure for authentic leadership and political achievement, and that is the improvements we see in people's lives, not the speeches or plans," close quote. Deputy Speaker, any good government should do all it can to make it easy for investors to invest in their country or province by creating an environment that attracts investment, encourages entrepreneurship, and strives for governance excellence. A bad government creates administrative obstacles for investors, and instead of creating an enabling environment, spends time and resources on developing reporting systems that measure statistics and not outcomes. These reports and statistics are used to baffle oversight institutions and create an illusion of delivery, accountability, and oversight while creatively wasting and abusing resources. The outcomes of government must be measured by the conditions in which citizens work, play, and live. These conditions relate to a sound roads and transport infrastructure, access to reliable and safe water resources, reliable electricity without load shedding, functional sewage systems, useful skills-based education, quality health care, a clean and safe environment, and the availability of a variety of careers and jobs, especially for our young people. These outcomes guarantee real freedom, freedom that citizens can use as stepping stones in creating their own prosperity. Deputy Speaker, a good government is results-driven, not reports-driven. A good government will inform its oversight bodies, the democratically elected People's Legislature, on its results in terms of real deliverables based on visible, on-the-ground achievements. Government is currently measured in terms of the numbers of targets on paper, many of which are of no real value to the people of the province and are no indication of real on-the-ground performance or delivery. Basically tick box exercises. And I know that all the members of the legislature who serve on committees are frustrated by the system which we have. And it is a collective system. If we want to change it, we have to work together to change this. Deputy Speaker, the satisfaction of its citizens is unfortunately of no real interest to our current ANC-run government in the Free State, since their reports have no measurable indicators for customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction. The legislation that demands this type of reporting compliance from provincial government departments must be amended. The ANC government has further entrenched an old system that regards citizens as beneficiaries who should be grateful for the smallest of services at a maximum financial cost to taxpayers, while the biggest beneficiaries are often the tenderpreneurs and their cadre cronies. And the Premier has mentioned that, and we will support him in his fight against that. The DA's ready to govern approach in the Free State regards citizens as customers who should demand and receive value for money and quality services. We want to develop the people of the Free State into our customers who understand that their vote is an instrument and, yes, even a weapon through which to exercise their power over government. This understanding will empower them and ensure their freedom from poor services, poverty, and corruption. The DA believes that a government performance must be measured in terms of the well-being, happiness, and satisfaction of our customers, not beneficiaries, our customers, who are the residents of the people of the Free State province. With this approach, doing the work of government is not something to be ashamed of because your customers despise you, but an honourable profession in which you are respected because you deliver excellence and quality services and represent stability and security to happy citizens. The DA wants to bring the word civil back to the civil service. Many of the victims of poor services that are delivered by dysfunctional government and despondent civil services are young people. Young people in this province struggle to get appointments to empower themselves with driving licenses and have to queue for hours to get identity documents and other basic essential services from government. Our population is getting younger, more demanding, and impatient with government. We are not facing a sudden Arab Spring in South Africa, but with a growing number of protests, it is clear that we have already entered a long and cold political and economic winter. Now you may ask, what is the DA's vision for an effective and efficient government in the province? A DA-run government in the Free State will ensure transparent and technologically smart systems of public management. We cannot enforce old models of government on a youthful population who have different views about the world around them and different expectations of government in a global, high-tech, virtual world. We must note in this era of globalization, governments will become more and more irrelevant as non-governmental organizations and corporations take over services previously developed by governments more effectively and more efficiently. Individuals are interacting on social media to create self-serving local, national, and transnational networks. A modern government in the Free State will outsource services to technologically driven, well-programmed artificial intelligence systems. These systems will be able to identify service delivery needs and false faults in the system through active citizens, and then automatically contract individuals, companies, and institutions to remedy these faults and problems. The same citizens will be empowered to evaluate the quality of services rendered through their smart devices, the cell phones, that determine the performance of service providers and their suitability for future contracts. Citizens must evaluate the work done through an app and inform the system whether the contractors have done their work and whether they deserve to be paid or not officials. A DA-run government in the Free State will implement programs to develop human capital. Many government services in education, healthcare, social services, infrastructure, development and maintenance, and other sectors require human interventions. It is for this reason that investment in human capital is crucial. Ongoing training and performance evaluation through customer-based surveys must be the basis for this. This should also be technologically driven with an electronic customer-based dashboard that is programmed to highlight excellence and identify areas of underachievement in government that will require interventions. The customers of government in the Free State should be all the residents of the province. That is what the DA believes. A DA-run government in the Free State will transform government offices into civil servants into service delivery teams that are outcomes and results focused. Their well-being must be as important as those of their customers. Coordination between services delivered by service delivery teams in the Free State should be streamlined through online information technology systems. Honourable Speaker, the world-famous physicist, who was also very disabled, Stephen Hawking, said, and I quote, "Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change," close quote. In our ever-changing world, every new generation and government has to deal with what we call the doubling curve. What is this? In 1900, human knowledge doubled approximately every 100 years. By the end of 1945, it had come down to 25 years. By 1982, it was 13 months, and it is said that today, knowledge doubling happens through the internet every 12 hours. The increase in knowledge is impacting in the fields of law, technology, and yes, also government. To be ahead of the curve, governments, organizations, and societies should be attempting to predict future advances in all areas of their responsibility and developing adaptable systems of education that enable citizens, both young and old, to develop and adapt skills that they may need in a constantly evolving and changing future world. Managers of service delivery institutions, what we call governments, will have to develop ways of aligning their service delivery teams and centers to innovatively manage and adapt to the needs and expectation of a rapidly changing knowledge-based society. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these are some of the things that the DA believes need to be implemented in the Free State if we are going to become the Dubai of South Africa. And I've heard some of the MECs speaking about the Free State becoming the Dubai of South Africa. We all want that. We all want our people to prosper. And we want to work together to ensure that this happens. Let us ensure that those people who died in the struggle, but also died post-struggle, like Nobian Gubani, while he was trying to build a better Free State, are not forgotten. Let us serve their memories by building this province together. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable MEC Magumi.
Sorry, I see it's Speaker.
It's okay.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members, my colleagues in ESCO, members of Parliament Legislature, Ntuya Marena, Lema Khoisan, DG and heads of departments, the SALGA President, the hosting mayor, Mthakathi wezinto, Mthakathi wendaba, the leadership of the ANC, Batebesani, leadership from the province, leadership from the regions, and other leaders from sectors of the society. The beautiful people of Free State. Let me start by clarifying some few things here raised by opposition leaders. Number one, that being an opposition does not take away the responsibility of aiding to the building of the country. That's the most important thing. The second thing is that in building, you must know the steps that are involved. There has to be a foundation, and in this case, foundation has to be about what happened in the past. Why are we here? What is it that we are trying to resolve? That's the most basic question. Then the second question that we must respond to is, how then do we work together in resolving what we have agreed that this is what informed part of we have identified as the cause of the problem. And then the last one, it will be, what does the future hold for all of us? The Premier has made a call, we have made a call, and this call was made long time ago, even by our forefathers in Tate Tludi. In 1955, our people converged in Kliptown, and they made a clarion call. They said that South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. So when that child, when that boy, when that young man came to you and says, we need each other, you are supposed to be truthful that these people are correct about talking about apartheid, because before even the dawn of democracy, they have made a clarion call that this country belongs to all of us. So meaning that we have long needed each other. We have led this fight of trying to unite this country as the African National Congress. So it can be that when we need to correct the past, when we need to be truthful and honest about the past, we are now being told that we need each other. Needing each other also include telling each other the truth more, so that we are able to resolve all the problems that are facing our country. So it can't be correct that we will want to ignore the fact that apartheid as a system has created massive inequalities in our society. So what we are dealing with today, in the main, are the causes of apartheid. But yes, indeed, corruption has worsened the situation, or it is worsening the situation. But the main cause is the apartheid. If we are agreeing on that, then we are moving on the same breath. So the issue that we need each other also on telling the truth. Because it's not painful to tell the truth. It's not painful to tell the people of this country that apartheid in 1976 on the 18th of November was declared a crime against humanity. Not a crime against Africans, not a crime against black people, a crime against humanity. It means it was also a crime against those who were perpetuating it by the United Nations. So you are part of the problem, you must be part of the solution. Don't fold your hands and say, we are not going to be involved, because when you talk the truth, you don't want to hear that truth. That's the first thing. The second thing, you were supposed to have been honest to the young men that in 1976, when children in Soweto, in Langa, rose against the apartheid education, when the government of the day wanted to declare Africans as the media of instruction in all subjects, and children were saying, Afrikaans in its own is difficult. Why can't we also do it in our own languages? They were shot and killed. They were not doing anything. They were saying, we really want education, but in a very acceptable language that we can understand, just like yourself. They were killed just for telling that truth. So we can't today manage to sugarcoat what happened in the past. So every time when these children come to you and say, why are these people referring to apartheid? Tell them the truth that it took us 360 to disorganize Africans and blacks in this country. And it's only 28 years that they are trying to reorganize themselves. And the other thing is that we are not taking a collective responsibility as part and parcel of this, the citizens of this country. All what we do, we rubbish everything that they're trying to do. So that is why it is difficult for us to accept the issue of needing each other but not telling each other the truth. We need each other, but we must also tell each other the truth. Ndate Jackelson, honorable member, you visited informal settlements with Comrade Nubi. You saw what you saw. But you know, I have a question in my mind. Did you see any white family in those impoverished areas? The answer is no. So what could have been the cause of that? So it can't be corruption. Because if it was corruption, you would have even found white people there. So it was something that was designed by apartheid. Apartheid designed that they denied our people a shelter. That is why in 1955, our people said there has to be houses, security, and comfort. That was a demand. So you will never find those people of your color in those areas because it was by design that our people must live in those areas. So what we are trying to do is to resolve those problems that were caused by yourselves. There's also a different, last time I heard Honorable Mekos talking about Karl Marx. You said you are the teacher of Karl Marx. There's a difference between the market system and the human system. Government is interested in the human system. Customers are people who have the capacity to pay for any services. In this country, the majority of people, because we have created conditions that did not make them to access opportunities. One, access opportunity to education. Two, access education and access to job opportunities. Because in the olden days, apartheid used to have what they call job reservations for whites only. So our people did not have chance to get jobs. They did not also have chance to take their children to their schools, to other higher institutions of learning. Now, you can't expect that all in the broader society will be customers. We've got human beings that the human system must serve. That is why we're introducing things that are making it easy for them to accept the system. Yes, indeed, there are people who are incompetent in government, we must deal with that. There are people who are corrupt, we must deal with that. But we can't introduce a market system in a government system that is supposed to be human. So that is how we see our people. We see our people as human beings because we know that some can't afford to pay for services because of what happened to them in the past. We serve the people. The other thing that we need to do, Honorable Jankelson, we should not just come here and talk without listening to what was said. The Premier said, and I quote, "The role of Program 2 is to build the necessary institutional capacity to ensure effective, efficient, responsive, trustworthy, transparent, and accountable government." That's the main and the role of Program 2. You come and stand here and say, the DA government will do the same thing. So you're not here when the Premier was referring to this thing. So you're not saying how we must do. You say this is what we are going to do. The Premier is saying
Honorable
there's a role
MEC.
in terms of program 2 that is supposed to happen.
Honorable MEC, please address the presiding officer.
Sorry.
Because now we are creating a situation whereby the member wants to respond, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll end up with a dialogue.
Thank you. So, Premier, we are welcoming your budget because it has reflected on many reasons why it should be supported. Number one, it is intending on building of a non-racial, non-sexist democratic society. Number two, it is accepted because it is intending at ensuring that those who are homeless are being sheltered. Number three, it is aimed at ensuring that our people get clean water and sanitation. It is aimed at ensuring that all children enjoy their rights and women are safely protected and are being treated as equal citizens. It is supported because it is aimed at ensuring that the patient at the hospitals and clinics get the best treatments. It's supported, Premier, because it is aimed at ensuring that we build the safety networks for the farmers and the farm workers. It is indeed supported because it is aimed at ensuring that it deepens democracy, accountability, and transparency. As it was envisaged by our people in 1955, that South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, black and white. It is indeed supported because it is ensuring that we enter into a social compact, something that the opposition has missed when we were calling for the social compact. Social compact to us, it means all hands on deck, including the opposition and the private sector. It is also encouraging that we have set a how part. Number one, we are introducing the skills audit. Indeed, all departments are expected to enter into this practice of ensuring that there are people who are correct and who have the required skills in the right positions. The other most important thing, which also adds to the fight against corruption, is the whole issue of the lifestyle audit that we have promoted. We have also put an emphasis on the ethical and servant leadership. We have also ensured that you are going to see to it that all departments are must and they should get the clean audit. This will ensure that our people get the services. Honorable Premier, let me assure you, you have our support. You are like a man who has been given a wheelbarrow and a spoon and a spade to fill in a hole deeper than the ocean. Don't be discouraged. You have in this province men and women who are ready to help you to build this country genuinely, to ensure that you reach all the goals that have been entrusted to yourself by the African National Congress. Go out there with your team, proud that the people of this province will forever support you. Ensure that we win over the opposition, to know that being opposition also means being responsible. They should know that the test of time is actually being tested on the ground when we do the work. As MEC McQueen has invited them, we are also joining the MEC to make this clarion call. Let's all put our hands on deck to build a better Free State. Let us not come here and talk things that we know that should we be in the positions of authority, still will not manage to do them. Let's do with the little that we have to serve our people. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Premier may now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thanks to all members of the legislature who participated in the debate. Sitting down there, I'm reminded, I'm going to, I know Ubabu Stofile would not like this, but njengomntana umfundisi ndizawubuyela ezwini kakhulu ku-illustrate into endiyithethayo, and that's what we need. Honorable members, in Proverbs 11, verse 9, it says, evil words destroy one's friends. Wise discernment rescues the godly. And I want you to remember that a lot. But I want also, as I'm going to respond in all this, to go to the 2 Chronicles, chapter 7, verse 14. Then if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and heal their land. I'm just saying, all of us, the key word in this is that we need to have the discernment to understand what is expected of us as leaders and as members of the community. We also need to understand that if we are not going to turn away from all our wicked ways, we can say all the good things, we can talk all the good things, but we will not achieve anything. What is needed in the province and what is needed in South Africa is all of us working together and contributing in building a better province. All of us leaving our wickedness, selfishness, thinking that you are the one who deserve, others do not deserve. All our people want to live a life that they will be able to bring their children up and make sure that their families are safe and make sure that they can provide for their families. But we cannot do these things if all the time, when tenders are issued, when work is given, we've got people who would only do this to fill their pockets and destroy what we are trying to build. And at the end, nothing is built. We must go and make sure, as the MECs have said throughout, when we were dealing with all these debates, what is left now is for us to understand there are men and women out there who want to help build a better province, who always knock in our offices trying to say, I have something that can help it, that can help you deal with this. But most of the time we turn our ears away from this. We don't want to hear these people. And I applaud all my colleagues here that this is time that we leave politicking, that we do what we have to do, what the ANC asks of us to do. Serve the people, serve these people honestly, and serve our people with humility, and do what we know we can do. And I know we can do this thing. All we have to do is to let go of selfishness. Be selfless servant of the people. And I know we are capable of doing this. And I also ask of the opposition, it is good to play an opposition a part, but it is also very useful to help build the country. We are in this together. You can always punch the holes, but when we sink, we all sink. So it is important for all of us to hold hands and build a province that we all will be proud of. We can all heckle one another. We can all say all the nasty things against each other. But at the end of it all, we need to build the province that our people need and desire. Re nnete batho ba rona ho na ntho tse ngata tse etsahetseng tse re di buildileng tse ngata ANC di entseng. Ho na le tse ngata tse le mathata. Ho na le mo batho ba rona ba santsane ba tlola mantle ho tswa ka matlong a bona. Ke mosebetsi wa rona hore re fetole sebopego seo Re ske ra se baleela. It is the ANC that will say, a caring organization that will look at this thing and say it is wrong. Our people cannot live under more situation in Sechenana. And this we can do. And I believe that the colleagues that we have, putting everything aside, they are ready to tackle this. We are ready to build a province that all of us wish for. We ask all people, the people of the province of Free State, are saying, dintho tse dingata di kgo tse ngata mahlong a rona le tse ngata tse re thibelang ho fihlella boholo bo tlameileng bo phethahatswe ka maphelo a rona ha re ke re serve humanity ka boitelo le bao bohle ba fumana menyetla ha ke re iteleng di officials tsa rona ha re serveng batho ba rona ka boitshepo ka tlhompho le ka lerato baetapele ba rona ha re eteletse pele setjhaba sa rona ka boiphihlelo ka boikokobetso le ka tsohle tse re nang le tsona le lona bohle ba kgwebo ha ke letseng toka sebeletsang tjhelete e nngwe le e nngwe se ka lekang ho fumana menyetla eo le sa deserving mme ha le qeta le sa save setjhaba sa rona re a rwakua ka mesebetsi e fokolang e le etsang re a rwakua ka tseo le di-corners tse le di khatang ha le tlamehile le etse mesebetsi o keke wa fa motho mosebetsi wa hore a kenye di-pipe tsa dikgwerekgwere ha o qeta o sa etse ntho eno ha re tlo re fumana hore di-pipe tsena ha di a kenywa o tjhekile fela ha o qeta o kenya tse pedi bo katela batho ba rona ba flasha mantla a kgutlela ka tlung ntho tsena kaofela di sheba ho rona hape re keke ra dula re shebana le batho bao re ba file mosebetsi ka tshepo ya hore ba tseba mosebetsi wa bona ha o se rakgwebo tlohella business. Let's allow those who are business people to do what they are doing. Se ka nka monyetla o balela tlala o bo tlo batla o ba rakgwebo empa o tseba hore ha o rakgwebo tlohella mosebetsi wa kgwebo o ba o tsebang ba etse mosebetsi wa bona le rona re thuse batho bana le bokgoni ba ka fetola maemo a rona mona ha re atla ho tlo fana ka tjhelete metswalle hore metswalle ya rona e tle kgone ho iketsetsa menate e etse dipati re mona o serva setjhaba mme ke ntho e re tlo etsang ke seo re ikanneng ho se etsa ke seo bomme le bontate ba nkileng kano ba re tla se etsa mme mosebetsi wa rona re le ofisi ya premier re tlo tlameha re shebe bonnete ba hore mosebetsi wa phethahala tsohle di a etsahala se ke batlang ho se tjho fela gore re tlameile ho kgutlela setjhabeng re tlameile ho kgutlela morao re shebe metsamao ya rona mo re fositseng teng re kope tshwarelo mo re etseng phoso teng re etse hantle re lokise hore re tle re nke ho tloha hona jwale ho ya pele re tshwarane ka matsoho ho etsa dintho tse tla kgahlang mmupi wa rona le bothe ba lebeletse tse ntle ho rona ha re kgutlele morao setjhaba sa heso ha re kgutlele morao ha ke re empa ne ke hopotsa fela ke ya o conscience ya lona hore le lona botsotsi ha bo patale botsotsi bo bolaile setjhaba sa heso tse le sa di etseng tse le tlamelo di etsa di re kgutlisetsa morao ka makgetlo a mangata re keke ra nka ditepe tse pedi ho ya pele be le re nkisa ditepe tse tharo kgutlela morao ha re tswelle pele ka ho ka seo ke ro lona kaofela re lo sebetsa mme re ikemiseditse ho sebeletsa setjhaba mme re tla se sebeletsa ka ho tshepahala le ka tsohle tse re nang le tsona ho aha Afrika Borwa le province e matla. Free State will never be the same.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. The reply by the Honorable Premier concludes the debates on Vote 1, the Office of the Premier. Now we proceed to Motion 4, and the Secretary shall read the motion.
that leave be granted for the second and third reading of the Appropriation Bill number 2 of 2023.
The Honorable MEC for Finance, Honorable MEC Brown. Any discussion? Any objection? The Honorable MEC may address the House on the bill.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, our local government and traditional leadership, I stand once again on the previous protocol in this House that was observed. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you for giving us this platform to reflect on the 2023 Appropriation Bill. I'll do this in less than 5 minutes. The budget presented on the 16th of March 2023 seeks to push back socio-economic challenges in the province, to provide for the appropriation of funds from the Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirement of the Free State Province 23-24 financial year, and to provide for matters essential thereto. The 23-24 financial year, the province will be spending more than 41.8 billion rand implementing this government's priorities, and over the next 3 years, the MTF, we will be spending more than 128.788 billion rand. The equitable share amounts to 31.379 billion, revenue amounts to 1.184 billion, conditional grants, which includes infrastructure, amounts to 9.280 billion, and that makes up the total of 41.8 billion. The Premier and MECs, Honourable Speaker, have eloquently outlined their budgets and plans in detail during their votes. I will not allude to that again. The preparation of this budget was a joint effort endorsed by EXCO, and despite our enormous challenges and the difficult trade-offs, we believe we will do our best with what we have, and we will realise our vision, our plans, and that has been derived from our social compact, which is government, industry, labour and civil society. Premier, honourable members of the Executive Council, all members of the Provincial Legislature, the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Leader of Government Business, Chairpersons of committees, and all members of committees and this entire Legislature, including the opposition parties, I thank you for supporting the Appropriation Bill B 2023. Kia leboha. Thank you very much.
The acting chairperson of the Committee on Public Accounts and Finance, Honorable Chabalala, may address the House.
Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity once more to pass my greetings. The Honorable Premier, the MECs, members of the Legislature, Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Public Accounts and Finance herewith submits its report and the recommendations regarding the Appropriation Bill, Bill 2-2023 to the Free State Legislature. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank members of the Executive Council, senior officials from the departments, and the staff of the Legislature for their valuable contribution during the consideration of the bill. And we would like to thank the Honorable MEC for the work done. The Appropriation Bill, Honorable Speaker, from the money from the Provincial Revenue Fund for the requirements of the Free State Province in 2023-24 financial year, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. The bill is informed by the various sections, which I would not go through them. Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak of the general observation of the Portfolio Committee. The committee observed with grave concern the surrendering of conditional grants to other provinces. A concern is the second concern is that compensation of employees and goods and services exerts the most pressure on the budget allocation of the departments. The third concern is that despite rampant financial irregularities in some departments, consequence management is still not enforced towards these transgressors. And it's important that the consequence management is implemented in all various forms of the department. Honorable Speaker, let me also quote one of the quotes, and the reason why I'm doing this, Honorable Speaker, it's important that our people should know that we are taking this parliament work very seriously. From one of the books of Amila Cabral, from the revolution in Guinea, the book which was published in 1965, I want to quote, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories." Always, I want to quote, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better in peace, to see their lives going forward, to guarantee the future of their children. We should recognize as a matter of conscience that there have been many faults, errors in our actions, whether being political or military. An important number of things we should have done, we have not done at the right time or not done at all," close quote. Ho bohlokwa hore batho ba bo rona ba tsebe hore sena se re se etsang le se premier se buileng a re etseng bonnete ba hore together re sebetsa le mmuso wa rona hore re kgone ho fihlela tse ngata. Lastly, it is important that a revenue enhancement is driven by our EXCO so that we are able to realize more money in ensuring that we achieve what has been budgeted for. Ke a leboha, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The chairperson of the Committee on Budget and Oversight, Honorable Tsiu, may address the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ha ke se tlhompho ho setjhaba se teng ka mona le bohle ba lokelwang ke tlhompho, and then ke ise tlhompho hape ho Premier, le di members tsa Executive Committee and all the members of the Legislature. As the Committee on Budget and Oversight of the Legislature, we made these findings that notwithstanding the project under under expenditure, which will be reprioritized, the budget of the Legislature is continuously decreasing. With the continuous decrease of the allocation, it will be very difficult for the Legislature to fulfill the constitutional mandate, the one that is at section 114(2) of performing oversight on the executive. We are, however, recommending that the committee support the bill, the report be adopted by the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable MEC for Finance may now reply.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank both chairpersons of the committees for their insight and analysis of the budget. We have noted positive aspects, implementation of budgets, the success of programs and projects must be reported. Our communications to the people of this legislature is a form of accountability, monthly reporting and revenue enhancement. We also note the challenges, the surrendering of funds to National Treasury, improved performance, improvement on our communications as a Free State province for accountability and consequence management. And as I conclude this process, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, I want to leave you with one example. A commercial property, to purchase one at a bank where their system requires a 20-year loan, we can purchase a home loan in 30 years. You only break even after the 20 or 30 years and you derive benefit only after 20 or 30 years. This is a young democracy. Our capital investment over this period will derive results after we see that the break-even has happened, and we intend to do that soon. So I thank you for your support, Honourable Speaker, this legislature, chairpersons of committees, Premier and the Executive Council. Thank you very, very much.
Honourable members, the question before the House is that the appropriation bill B2-2023 be read for the second time. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. Those in favour? Aye. And those against? The ayes have it. Motion approved. The Secretary shall read the bill for the second time.
The appropriation bill number 2 of 2023.
When does the Honourable MEC propose committee stage to be taken?
Honourable Speaker, I propose that the committee stage be taken now.
The acting chairperson of committees shall now take the chair.
I wish to remind the House of the provision of the standing rules and orders. When the House is in committee stage, I wish to put the votes and the schedule of the bill, then clauses and the short title. Also, in the event honourable members want to register their declarations on the vote of the appropriation bill, they must do so in terms of Rule 1948 of the Standing Rules and Orders, 10th edition. I put vote 1 to vote 5. Any discussion? Any objection? I see Honourable Fafiren, then followed by Honourable Klute.
Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs. The Democratic Alliance would like to object to the first vote, the Premier. The DA objects on the basis that the office of the Premier is overfunded and fails to provide value for money. Vote 2, the Free State Legislature. The DA objects on the basis that the Free State Legislature is underfunded and struggles to carry out its constitutional mandate. Vote 3, the Department of Economic Development, Tourism, Small Business. The DA objects because this budget fails our people since the Free State is unable to grow its economy, and the FDC that is responsible for bringing in investment is itself in financial ICU. Vote 4, Treasury. The DA objects on the grounds that the department continues to allocate funds to municipalities without providing adequate support to manage risk and improve the financial stability. And vote 5, health. The DA objects on the basis that funds are not being allocated to service the backlog of orthopedic surgeries. Thank you, Chair, and I will hand in our objections. Thank you.
Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs. I don't know about the Economic Freedom Front, but I do note the objections of the Freedom Front Plus on vote 125.
Approved. I put vote 6 to vote 10. Any discussion? Any objection? Honorable Van Vieren, Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs. Vote 6, education. The DA objects on the basis that the department failed to deliver a number of schools with electricity infrastructure, water infrastructure and sanitation facilities, and that there are a number of schools where scheduled maintenance projects still need to be completed, although budgeted for. 7, social development. The DA objects on the basis that the budget has decreased by 2.6% compared to the 2022-23 financial year. 8, Department of COCTA. DA will not support the budget because despite receiving a clean audit, the AG also found that the department failed in its mandate to support municipalities. It also failed to manage a provincial disaster management centre as required by law. It also failed to support traditional councils to submit annual financial statements. 9, public works and infrastructure. The DA objects on the basis that the department has only allocated 113 million for refurbishment despite the higher needs in the province. And 10, police, roads and transport. The DA objects on the basis that the allocated budget is not adequate to repair the large-scale roads infrastructure deficiencies in the province. Furthermore, a number of contracts remain on hold and the department is not willing to give assurance that they will hand roads over to SANRAL. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs. Please note the objections of the Freedom Front Plus on vote 6 to 10. Thank you.
I put vote 11 to vote 13. Any discussion? Any objection? Approved. Honorable Van Vieren, Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Vote 11, agriculture and rural development. This budget is not supported because the department continues to spend funds on new projects while previous projects have failed dismally. Furthermore, farmer support continues to underperform while our subsistence, emerging and commercial farmers are in the need of support.
Honorable Van Vieren, please take a seat. Chabasaesu, kabi kokobetso le tlhompho e kgolo. Ke a tseba hore ha maikutlo a lona se hantle le tla qetelletse le kena taba tsa ka hara ntlo ya ketsamolao. Ke ne ke kopa fela hore re fe monyetla ditho di tswele pele ka mosebetsi re se ke ra participate. Ke a leboha. You may continue, Honorable Van Vieren.
Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs. Vote 12, sports, arts, culture and recreation. The DA objects because this department is failing to deliver quality cultural tourism opportunities and is not able to provide value for money in other areas of responsibility. Chair, and then 13, human settlements. Human settlements increased budget cannot be supported because last year they failed to spend 150 million of the money available, despite promises that improvements will be made. The challenges are so huge that we are not convinced that the department will be able to spend the money effectively and efficiently. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Acting Chair of Chairs. Just note the objection of the Freedom Front on vote 11 to 13. Thank you.
Honorable members, I think I made a slight mistake when I put vote 6 to vote 10. I did not mention for the sake of records that it is approved. I put clause 1. Any discussion? Any objection? Approved. I put clause 2 on appropriation. Any discussion? Any objection? I put clause 3 as a short title. Any discussion? Any objection? Approved. I put schedules. Any discussion? Any objection? Approved. What does the Honorable MEC propose?
Honorable Acting Chair of Chairs, I propose that the House be informed that the Committee of the Whole House has approved the bill without any amendments.
Any discussion? I saw honorable members. Any discussion? Any objection? Approved. I will report Honorable Van Vieren, Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chair. Just allow me to put this on record also that overall the DA objects to the appropriation bill of 2023-24 due to the illogical prioritization of funds towards departments that have a poor track record of expenditure. The budget also fails to make provision for the Free State to mitigate the impact of the ESCOM crisis on the provincial economy and the people of this province. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Klute.
No, thank you, Chair. Acting Chair, just note the objections of the Freedom Front Bloods as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I will report to the House that the bill has been approved without amendments. Then the Speaker shall now take the chair. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. The acting honorable chairperson of committees may report to the House on proceedings during committee stage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has approved the bill without amendments.
The question before the House is that the bill be read for the third time. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. Those in favor? Aye. And those against? The ayes have it. Motion approved. The Secretary shall read the bill for the third time.
The appropriation bill number 2 of 2023.
Thank you. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcement: that our guests will remain at their allocated seats while the honorable members leave the House, and that all our guests are invited for lunch. The House shall now adjourn until further notice. Thank you. The House is adjourned.